Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing tonight? All right, so tonight we're continuing React. It will be the second episode already. And last time we read through some documentation, uh, basically through the first tutorial, I believe. Yeah, we went through Learn React. We went through the quick start, and then we started looking at thinking in React. So I figured, okay, let's finish that off. It looks like it's a lot, but I don't think it is after all. I kind of skimmed through that, and it's pretty parallel to what any kind of component driven framework tries to do in the first place. It's just in React you have slightly different tools, and that's pretty much it. So we're gonna go through that, and then we'll finally go through the installation and setup and start making some kind of first app. So yeah, that's the plan for tonight. And oh yeah, the borders from the browser. All the borders on the screen just drive me mad. Okay, thinking in React. React can change how you think about the designs you look at and the apps you build. When you build a user interface with React, you will first break it apart into pieces called components. Then, you will describe the different visual states for each of your components. Finally, you will connect your components together so that the data flows through them. In this tutorial, we'll guide you through the thought process of building a searchable product data table with React. Okay, so probably a little upgrade compared to tic-tac-toe from the perspective of actual components, but nothing crazy either. So start with the mockup. Absolutely. Imagine that you already have a JSON API and a mockup from a designer. The JSON API returns some data that looks like this. So we get a list of objects. Each object has a category, which is either fruits or vegetables, price, which is just text, and is it stocked, and what's the name. Okay, simple enough. And the mockup looks like this. So looks like we have some kind of search box, only show products in stock, so everything that has false for stock will be filtered out. In this case is the passion fruit and pumpkin. And then we just basically have name on the left, price on the right, and some kind of two categories of fruits and vegetables, and we just display them, right? Nothing crazy. To implement a UI in React, you will usually follow the same 5 steps. So step number 1, break the UI into a component hierarchy. Start by drawing boxes around every component and subcomponent in a mockup and naming them. If you work with a designer, they may have already named these components in their design tool. Ask them. And depending on your background, you can think about splitting up a design into components in different ways. Either programming, use the same techniques for deciding if you should create a new function or object. One such technique is the single responsibility principle. That is, a component should ideally only do one thing. If it ends up growing, it should be decomposed into smaller subcomponents. Yep. The other approach is through CSS. Consider what you would make class selectors for. Wow, that's a totally different way to think about it. However, components are a bit less granular than, what CSS targets. And then you have design. Consider how you would organize the design's layers. If your JSON is well structured, you'll often find that it naturally maps to the component structure of your UI. That's because UI and data models often have the same information architecture. That is, the same shape. For simple things, I agree. For more complex things, it happens that often no. For something like that, of course, but if you have a larger system, more complex, I don't know, you're working with insurance or something, your data will look often vastly different than what is displayed on the page. And then you have a separate UI into components, where each component matches one piece of your data model. So there are 5 components on the screen. Okay, so we start with the first one, which is the entire thing, the filterable product table. Okay, then inside of that we have the search bar and the product table. Okay, so the search bar looks like, it could be one component, right? Because currently the search. Hey Taras, thank you. So the text box with a checkbox, that's like so simple that there's no need to really break it apart into small components. Maybe if we were to expand it into more options, whatnot, then we would break it into small components. But for here, it's like, yeah. Then we have next one, product table. So this definitely has some stuff that repeats, right? Beyond just the header, we have the categories, and we can get JSON that will have more categories, right? We're not hard coding them. They will need to display dynamically. And then each product will be the product row. It's something that we can repeat, reuse, so it will be a separate component. So yeah, filterable product table, the gray, contains the entire app. The search bar receives the user input. Product table displays and filters the list according to the user input. Product category row displays a heading for each category, and product row displays a row for each product. So yeah, simple stuff. If you look at product table, Lavender, the entire product table, you'll see that the table header containing the name and price labels isn't its own component. There's no need here. It's just 2 things to display, really. This is a matter of preference, and you could go either way. For this example, it is a part of product table because it appears inside product table's list. However, if this header grows to be complex, for example, if you add sorting, you can move it to its own product table header component. Absolutely. Now that you've identified the components in the mockup, arrange them into a hierarchy. Components that appear within another component in the mockup should appear as a child in the hierarchy. Exactly. So we have the table, like in the entire thing, that contains search bar and product table, while the product table has those 2 components. Great. So now that we have it broken down, we go into step 2, build a static version in React. Now that you have your component hierarchy, it's time to implement your app. The most straightforward approach is to build a version that renders the UI from your data model without adding any interactivity. Yet. It's often easier to build a static version first and add interactivity later. Absolutely, because you're solving one problem at a time. If you're gonna just make build the static version of it, first you're just focusing, okay, what's the HTML structure, how to actually display the data so that it kind of looks the way it's supposed to. Maybe you'll even sprinkle some CSS, just to get the layout right. And you're not thinking about really how it's going to be interactive yet, because you just want a proper hierarchy, right? You're working just on the HTML side. While when you actually have the static mockup, then you will, move on to, how I can actually make it work. Building a static version requires a lot of typing and no thinking. But adding interactivity requires a lot of thinking and not a lot of typing. Exactly. To build a static version of your app that renders your data model, you'll want to build components that reuse other components and pass data using props. Props are a way of passing data from parent to child. If you're familiar with the concept of state, don't use state at all to build this static version. Yeah. State is reserved only for interactivity, that is, data that changes over time. Since this is a static version of the app, you don't need it. So this is where kind of some things might differ from vue.js. Because in vue.js, it's so easy to create state and make it, automatically calculate something and then remember it, so it's not recalculated again, and all those things, they are like so easy and embedded into how you write components. You often kind of embed that state in there. But I guess it's the only difference is that, in React, when you pass the props at this stage, you just don't care about, oh, this is going to be recalculated. You're not optimizing it yet. You just, whatever, transform and display, right? Simple. And because we're doing static, so we're not even doing probably any coding yet. We're just hard coding everything. Okay. You can either build top down by starting with building the components higher up in the hierarchy, like filterable product table, or bottom up by working from components lower down, like product row in a simpler example. Like product row, sorry. In simpler examples, it's usually easier to go top down. And on larger projects, it's easier to go bottom up. What I like to do often is I'm kind of going top down, where, I just kind of make the overall mockup. I'll probably initially build it a little bit too large as a static, like, oh, I have way too much HTML in there. And then I can start feeling, okay, I can start actually breaking it up into components that I already, planned for. But at that point, I'm breaking up this larger thing instead of focusing on building small piece here or super large something. I like to start with something that already looks roughly what it's supposed to be and then start breaking it up. That's how I like to work personally. But yep, nothing harder than going the other direction. So what do we have here? We have the product category row. So that'll be this. We just return that it's a table row and product category row. Oh, and it just spans 2 columns, right? And it just displays the category as a prop. That's it. That's that part. Okay, we don't even have CSS put in here. Nothing really. It's really, really, really simple. Then we have the product row, right? We should have 2 elements here. So we just pass in the product and say that, hey, a name is name is, if product is stocked, it's product name. And if it's not, we just wrap it in a span that applies red style, and that's it. Okay, that's simple. It's interesting that only when it's wrong, we actually apply a span to it. I would probably just wrap the whole thing in span and just make the style change, right? And then when we render it, we just say, hey, row, the first one, left side, we have a name, which will be this HTML part. And on the right, we have the product.price, which is just string. So it's going to render as normal string. No big deal. And then we've got a product table. So we're going larger, the entire thing, right? We'll have some repetitions here. So we say that, we receive products, a plural. And what? We create a list of rows. Last category is null, and we start iterating, right? So products for each. As for each product, we go in, and if product category is in the last category, we just add it. Product category row. Oh, okay. So here we're kind of banking on the fact that we're going to get the products sorted as by category, I guess. Sure. So, if the category changed, add a product category row. So that's interesting that we're literally creating a list of those components. Oh, so that's something you don't really do in vue.js. You wouldn't do something like, oh, I'm going to make a list of components and start adding them to a list and then render them, you would probably just make it, a little loop here, a little loop there or something, like probably a nested loop or something, to go over the data that way. So that's a different approach. Interesting. That's, I guess, the flexibility of React, right? You can do weird stuff if you want. Because all it is a function at the end of the day. Okay. So we push that category row if the category changed. If it didn't change, we just create that product row. No matter if it changed or not, right? We just add extra product category row when the category changed. If not, we always add the product row and, keep the last category as the same thing. Okay, that's simple enough. And then what? We create a table with a header, which is embedded right here in the product. And then in the body of the table, we simply inject those rows. And that's it. Okay, so I guess it makes sense, right? It's just from the perspective of vue.js developer, it's kind of weird for me to think in a way that the logic part of code actually deals with the components. Because in vue.js, you sure have the .vue file, but it's split into 3 parts. It's split into the template, which is just your HTML with your components in there, and maybe something that defines some kind of loop, how you're gonna do the rendering. So you have that rendering part in there, which is completely separate from the next part, which is a script, which manages data only, not really components, other than, hey, import that component to be available for the template, which is not always even necessary. And then you have the third part for the CSS, just for styles. So it's kind of weird that you have them all mixed up that way, right? That, oh, I have suddenly the thing that seems like logic mixed up with dealing with components and stuff. So that's the thing I'm not that familiar with. So that feels weird. But okay, it's something to get used to. And then we have function search bar, which is just a form with some input, with some placeholder data. We don't care about interactivity at this stage. We just put in some input and a checkbox, right? And that's pretty much it. Yeah, and then the entire product table, that basically all it is, it just prints that and passes on the products. And products is, oh, okay, so this takes in products as a prop and just passes them on. Doesn't do anything, while this is the list of products that we're actually getting. And yes, we have them pre-sorted by categories. I guess they did that just to simplify the logic, so it's a little bit easier to follow the tutorial. And at the end, we export the entire app that basically returns the filterable product table, that one single component. Okay, I mean, that makes sense. Nothing crazy here. It's just, that weird thing where we actually can just slap on any components here. Why not? I kind of like that. I kind of like that. I mean, you can do something similar with Vue.js, but it's like weirdly cumbersome. Okay, if this code looks intimidating, no, it doesn't. We already went through the quick start. Nothing's intimidating anymore. All right, after building your components, you'll have a library of reusable components that render your data model. Yep. Because this is a static app, the components will only return JSX. The component at the top of the hierarchy, the filter product table, will take your data model as a prop. This is called one-way data flow because the data flows down from the top level component to the ones at the bottom of the tree. Yep. Pitfall. At this point, you should not be using any state values. That's for the next step. We had the same warning above. Funny. Okay, so now step 3. Find a minimal but complete representation of UI state. So I guess this is the true key point here, right? To make the UI interactive, you need to let users change your underlying data model. You will use state for this. Think of state as the minimal set of changing data that your app needs to remember. The most important principle for structuring state is to keep it dry, as it don't repeat yourself. Figure out the absolute minimal representation of the state your application needs and compute everything else on demand. For example, if you're building a shopping list, you can store the items as an array in state. If you want to also display the number of items in the list, don't store the number of items as another state value. Instead, just read the length of your array, right? Because, reading length of the array is cheap, so you can just do that every time you re-render. You don't need to hold it somewhere else where it could get desynchronized or whatever. Now, think of all of the pieces of data in this example application. We have the original list of products, right? So this could change. Then you have the search text and the search text the user has entered. Okay, so the text in the search can change. We have the checkbox so its value can change, and a filtered list of products. One could consider that to be state because you actually need to perform some extra work to do the filtering, but at the same time, this just depends on that, right? So this is the actual input. This is just a result of that input. So which of these are state? Identify the ones that are not. Does it remain unchanged over time? If so, it isn't a state. In theory, products can change, right? Because we're supposed to get them from the API. We have them as a constant for now, but that's just that. The search text, user can put whatever they want, right? The value of the checkbox, they can click it whenever they want. The filter list of products, it changes, right? Is it passed in from a parent via props? If so, it is in state. In this case, it should be passed from the overall entire component that would do the filtering, right? So it will be a prop, at least for those components under it. Can you compute it based on existing state or props in your component? If so, it definitely isn't state. So exactly, the filtered data isn't state, in theory. In my opinion, it changes the moment you have a lot of data, because then you actually want to, cache it. And I guess you could call that state in React, I believe. One will probably use something like use memo on those React hooks, right? To memoize it. We'll see, we'll learn. So what's left is probably state. Let's go through them one by one again. Oh, okay. The original list of products is passed as props, so it's not state. Oh, that's what they mean. For that main component, it won't be state because it will be passed in by props. Okay, yep, that makes sense. That's how they interpret that. But for the app itself, that will be state. The search text seems to be state since it changes over time and can't be computed from anything. The value of the checkbox seems to be state since it changes over time and can be computed from anything. While the filtered list of products isn't state because it can be computed by taking the original list of products and filtering it according to the search text and value of the checkbox. Exactly. This means only the search text and the value of the checkbox are state. Nicely done. All right, that was simple. And we have the props versus state. Let's read that, why not? There are two types of model data in React. Props and state. The two are very different. Props are like arguments you pass to a function. They let a parent component pass data to a child component and customize its appearance or behavior. For example, a form can pass a color prop to a button. And state is like a component's memory. It lets a component keep track of some information and change it in response to interactions. For example, a button might keep track of its hovered state, right? Okay, so props and state are different, but they work together. A parent component will often keep some information in state so that it can change it and pass it down to a child component as their props. It's okay if the difference still feels fuzzy on the first read. It takes a bit of practice for it to really stick. I guess I'm not learning a first framework ever, so it makes sense to me. It's just, hey, this is something you get. This is something you actually keep. Yeah, whatever. And the thing that they kind of missed to explain is that whatever is being, when we decide if something is state or not state is in the context of each component, because something like the state might be, there's something like, a checkbox that will be state within some component, but for everything under that, everyone who that state is then relied to, for the subcomponents, it's not state anymore. It just passes props. So that's the thing that they're not explaining here. Unless I'm missing something. All right, so we identified what will be state, what will be props, and step 4, identify where your state should live. Okay. So after identifying your app's minimal state data, you need to identify which component is responsible for changing the state or owns the state. Remember, React uses one-way data flow, passing data down the component hierarchy from parent to child component. It may not be immediately clear which component should own what state. This can be challenging if you're new to this concept, but you can figure it out by following these steps. Okay, so in React, basically, we don't want, let's say, a button to hold state, am I clicked or not? We want to kind of pass it up to some way. By, I guess, callback. That's why you have the React's famous callback hell. For each piece of state in your application, first, identify every component that renders something based on that state. Okay? Find their closest common parent component, a component above them, all in the hierarchy. Decide where the state should live. Okay? Often you can put state directly into their common parent. You can also put the state into some component above the common parent, if it makes sense. If you can't find a component where it makes sense to own the state, create a new component solely for holding the state and add it somewhere in the hierarchy above the common parent component. Yep. Okay, so let's get a little more practical. In the previous step, you found two pieces of state in this application. The search input text and the value of the checkbox. In this example, they always appear together, so it makes sense to put them into the same place, right? Now let's run through our strategy for them. Identify components that use state. Well, the product table, it needs to filter the product list based on that state, right? Search text and checkbox value, okay? And then we have the search bar that needs to display that state, the search text and checkbox value. Also, the search bar is kind of the source of the change of that information. That's something important to remember, because inside the search bar is where we actually put in the text to filter with, and we change the checkbox. So find their common parent. The first parent component both components share is the filterable product table, right? Because it contains both the search bar and the product table. Decide where the state lives. We'll keep the filter text and check state values in the filterable product table. Yeah, it makes sense because that's the common parent. We'll be able to manage it and pass it down to the product table, right? So the state value will live in filterable product table. All right, nice. Add state to the component with the useState hook. Hooks are special functions that let you hook into React. Add two state variables on the top of filterable product table and specify their initial state. Okay, so we have our filterable product table, right? And we basically create, use state defaults to empty string. This is our filter text, and we have our set filter text that we can pass on. And then we have the state for is it in stock checkbox? Okay. And then pass filter text and in stock only to product table and search bar as props. So, okay, so for now, we're still not making it interactive really that much. We will just use it to display the text. So in our search bar, yeah, we just added those two props. This looks standard, nothing crazy. Okay. We're just passing on everything. You can start seeing how your application will behave. Edit the filter text initial value from useState to useState fruit. In the sandbox code below, you'll see both the search input text and the table update. We haven't implemented filtering yet. So let's say, what, fruit? I mean, it changes here, right? But it shouldn't here. A bunch of errors. Notice that editing the form doesn't work yet. There's a console error in the sandbox above explaining why. So how do we have this? Because the only thing we did so far is we passed those on, but I guess behind the scenes, they also updated the, where's the search bar, right? Look at that. They updated that. Oh, we're taking in the filter text and this is stock only, and actually tied them where the value here of the input is the filter text and the checked value is from here, right? So they did that. They just didn't tell us about it. That's not nice. And what about the table? Does it actually filter it? So what if I'm going to reset it to nothing? Yeah, they added filtering. Look at that. Behind the scenes in the secret. So this is the product table. We have the category row, product table. There we go. So it takes in those two. And we have the products for each. And here we go. So we probably expand here, right? Filter text to lowercase. So here we are basically saying, hey, okay, so basically we're searching through the product name. If we have the filter text, we ignore the case because we bring everything lowercase. And if we haven't found that substring in a product category, like product, in the product itself, in the product name, we return. Okay. But we're filtering product name, not the, what the hell? If it's in stock only, hide it, whatever. How the hell does it know if it's a fruit or not? What am I missing? Because, oh, no. It searches by name, not by the stuff. Okay, so I do pp and it will be only apple, right? Great, okay. Makes sense. For a second, I thought that it somehow filters by categories, but it makes sense. Okay, so they just added that behind the scenes. All right. Notice that editing the form doesn't work yet. There's a console error in the sandbox above explaining why. You provide a value prop to a form field without an on-change handler. This will render a read-only field. Great. So in the sandbox above, product table and search bar read the filter text and stock only props to render the table the input, and the checkbox. For example, here's how the search bar populates the input field, right? So now they're explaining it. Partially. Great. However, you haven't added any code to respond to the user actions like typing yet. This will be your final step. So step 5, add inverse data flow. Currently, your app renders correctly with props and state flowing down the hierarchy. But to change the state according to user input, you will need to support data flowing the other way. The form components deep in the hierarchy need to update the state in the filterable product table. React makes this data flow explicit, but it requires a little more typing than two-way data binding. If you try to type or check the box in example above, you'll see that React ignores your input. This is intentional. By writing input value filter text and closing the input, right, you've set the value prop to the input to always be equal to the filter text state passed in from filterable product table. Since filter text state is never set, the input never changes. Okay. So you want to make it so whenever the user changes the form inputs, the state updates to reflect those changes. The state is owned by filterable product table, so only it can call set filter text and set in stock only. To let search bar update the filterable product table's state, you need to pass these functions down to search bar. So this is where we start passing more and more data down the stream. So now imagine this component was way more complex. You'd be passing a lot of stuff here. Okay. So we basically, in our filterable product table, into the search bar, we adding unfiltered text change, and we create that prop, and we put in the basically callbacks to update the state. So inside the search bar, you will add the onChange event handlers and set the parent state, from them. Okay, so we've got our search bar. It now takes in more parameters, more props, and suddenly we can add onChange. And because again, we don't want to just trigger it, we don't want to call the unfiltered change here. We want to just put in lambda or whatever our function that takes in the event that is being generated for the change, right? And pass it on here. So whenever this happens, it calls this with the event, and bam. Okay, great. And the same thing for the input, for in stock for the checkbox, right? Great. So now the application fully works. They just didn't show us how, because wait, so if we have set filter text and set in stock only, we didn't do anything else. So somehow the unfiltered text change, right? This comes from set filter text. So I guess use state is smart enough to figure out how to extract text from there. I guess okay, so the event data probably holds enough information to tell it, hey, I'm from a text box, and it figures out how to extract text from that and update it, right? The same thing with a checkbox. It figures out that, okay, this is a true false from a checkbox. I'm gonna, oh, no, wait, we're actually extracting it here. Oh, I'm just stupid. Okay, yep. So we're getting the target value for the input and checked value for that. Okay, so that makes sense. We'll bring it forward. And LJSN says, hey, do you recommend reading the whole documentation rather than watching a YouTube video? I actually found it really helpful to read the documentation. I started streaming maybe a year ago or something like that, where, I figured I'm just gonna force myself and read the documentation and try to explain it. And holy moly, it makes such a difference. And recently, a week ago, an article popped up, which was quite nice. Let's sort of, what was it? Don't skim documentation. I think that will stop skimming documentation. There you go. Oh, I'll copy a link, okay? What is in that link? Why is it so long? I don't think we need the whole VED or whatever. What the heck? Oh, it's a google.com URL. Source is this. Go there. Oh my goodness. Come on. Why can't one have a normal URL? Enter. Yeah, so that will be no URL. There you go. Without Google tracking you. I guess dev.to has some issues. Or maybe it's my ad blocking or something. But hell knows. But yeah, a nice article just saying, you know what? Don't skim don't just skim through the documentation, because my God, there's so much information where you actually sit down and read through it. You start realizing that you're missing some of those tiny little bits of information that are really crucial, or you're just skipping the chance to have this aha. So that's why it's happening. You're not learning just because from YouTube video you're just gonna learn do this, do that, right? And maybe a little explanation why. From the documentation, you're gonna get really a lot more of understanding what's happening behind the scenes, as long as it's a decent documentation, and often why to do that, right? Because even this little silly, I would call it half shitty tutorial here, just the fact that we have Thinking React, something that teaches you, this could be entire 15-minute video or something that would probably not even contain all the information. So yeah, this is, I know, I learned that documentation is absolute gold. And yeah, literally sit down 2 hours, and in 2 hours you're gonna learn more than from 2 hours of tutorials, in my opinion. All right, so where on earth was I? Okay, so we figured out how this data is being transferred, right? Okay, great. LJSN says makes sense. Makes sense, thanks. I hope you're gonna get to the same conclusion. Give it a try. See how you learn something, how different you feel. I'm a person that actually enjoys reading books on subjects, because something when I go and let's say you have a choice. You want to sit down and read a book, let's even say about JavaScript, right? You have the option of a book that's like 300, 400 pages. Then you have an option of, I'm gonna spend the same amount of money on a series of, I don't know, some courses. That will be, let's say, 8 hours of courses, or like, wow, 8 hours of videos. Or you go on jumping on YouTube, where you go over, 5 or again 8 hour long video tutorial that tries to teach you everything about JavaScript. Really, from 8 hours of that book, you will be like, wow, I actually learned something. Because by reading yourself, you're going a little bit slower and paying attention roughly what you're reading. Of course, as long as you're reading it, right? And you can retain so much more. Well, from a video, it's just so easy to phase out, because somebody keeps blabbing, while your brain is still hanging on few words, few moments ago, and you need to, I need to pause, I need to rewind, and you're just half the time you're not really taking in the information. And it's just, even the 8 hours of videos, it's just so shallow. Like there's very little knowledge in that. One example of that is, let's say Google has this whole notebook LM, where you can upload various sources, and you can even click and it will generate you a podcast about it. So I threw a few books about, how Linux works on a little bit more, like technical level. And like generate me a long podcast where we'll be talking about the topics covered in the book. And I know that those books go deep into technical stuff, right? And they are not like crazy long, maybe 300 pages or something. The podcast was like an hour and 40 minute. Yeah, an hour long and 40 minutes podcast that it generated. But all it did really is like really high level overview. That's what they were able to cover in this, nearly 2 hours of content. Well, if you're gonna spend 2 hours reading the book, oh my gosh, it's just so much information dense. It's crazy. That's why I like books. It's just they kind of stopped making good books, or like it's hard to find them now. I remember good times where I was able to go to a library, not library, the bookstore. And it's like, oh wow, look at those books, and I know they'll be all high quality. And then you have now a bunch of stuff like packed books, right? And they're all like half of them is absolute trash. It's hard to find books now for some reason, or maybe in other words, there's less of them coming out. All right, let me get back to React because I'm just gonna start. I'm never gonna stop ranting otherwise. Okay, so we went and added the reactivity, right? Yeah, so we added reactivity here. Okay, great. We added the onChange, and now we can just start filtering, and we do pp, and we get Apple because we have pp inside of Apple. We can show only products in stock, so the red ones should disappear. Okay, and unfortunately, there's no option show only products that are not in stock, but that's maybe because people don't care about those. But yeah, can we add something like that? I really want to add something like use state constant not stock only. I really want that button. Set not stock only, right? We're just doing use state and it will be false as well. Whoa. There we go. So we have that state. We know that we need to add it. I mean, it will be literally the same thing here. We just added a prop here. It's and this thing here. Wait a moment. We're gonna do it like this, and then not stock only. Imagine if you actually had that feature on websites. Hey, show me everything that you don't have in a store. Set not stock. Wait, on not stock only change. There we go. So we've got this one. Oh, and we need to add the same thing here. But fortunately here, we're just passing the value of the state because the product table won't be changing this value. And LGSN says, sounds like I should cancel my Coursera subscription. I was doing the React Meta course for the knowledge and the certificate. Feels silly now. I mean, from a course, you're going to get like an overall knowledge, right? With video courses, you really need to force yourself to sit down and do the exercises, because that's the only way where you're actually going to sit down and spend time with the knowledge. And then when you're actually sitting down and I'm going to code this project, right? Even make it challenging for yourself and try not to look too much ahead of, that's how exactly the steps to complete that, right? Try it now when they're explaining what they're doing. I'm going to try to do it myself, and then I'm going to see how they did it. Suddenly you made your course 10 times more valuable because you're learning by practice and you're learning by solving problems. And just like me, now adding this silly thing, I figured I'm going to add that. And what it's going to do is I'm thinking about the same problem in a different way, because I'm not just taking in information, which my brain is like, I'm going to forget the half of it tomorrow, like literally, where I will need to think, what was it about? it will change it like, okay, now my brain needs to start up and start thinking about it, even though maybe it's not that hard for me. It just runs those neurons and you start actually learning. And the other thing is that suddenly many spots, like from the course, it's like, you need to do this and that and that. When you start doing that, you're like, oh, okay, I guess it makes sense because I thought I'm going to do it this way because it's going to be easier, but it doesn't work. So, oh, it makes that sense. You just uncover so much. You're suddenly making like, having kind of like a job where you're learning, but the course will keep you on course to actually complete it rather than being stuck and, hey, help me. Or whatever. I don't know. Just doing exercises is awesome. Okay, so we've got this path to product table, and now in the product table, we need to receive the not stock only. And we're gonna do weird filtering, right? So where are we doing that? So here we're basically going for each product. If the product name, okay, if we found the text, so this is just text. If it's not in stock only, so we can just copy paste this one. If not stock only and product is stocked, just go away. Okay, so we got our filtering. Now we just need to go to the search bar. There we go. And here we need to receive the not stock only. And we need to receive the on not stock only change. All right. Notice that because we're passing props as an object, everything needs to be named, so kind of the positions don't matter. So that's fun. All right. So now let's just display the checkbox. So we will literally grab this one, and we're gonna make only show products not in stock. Let's add like a star. Oh, this weird. How to add a nice star emoji? Rate? Oh, whatever. Oh, screw that. Yeah, the Windows has nicer picker for emojis than whatever I have here on Linux. All right, so we've got this one, and this is not checked for, it will display the value of not stock only, and on change, we'll call the on not stock only change. And that's pretty much it. So now we have those two. And if I'm going to, on not stock only change is not defined. Oh, because I didn't. Oh, I missed E. Look at that. There we go. So now if I'm gonna hide this weird console, we can still show only in stock or not in stock, or if we want to show only products in stock and only in non-stock, we won't see anything. So there could be another one where if we have both selected, we just, don't do that. So we can fix that here and say if in stock only and not stock only, right? So if we don't have the other selection, we're gonna filter. And the same thing is here, and not in stock only, we do that. So now if we want to kind of, someone thought I want to see the ones in stock and not in stock, now we have back to everything, right? Cool, simple as that, all right? Beautiful. So, okay, where to go from here? So finally, I feel like we'll be able to start actually setting up a new project. All right. That's gonna hopefully not be too complicated. I believe it's gonna be probably simple with like create React app, the famous create React app, right? We don't need any Next.js right now. We're, that would be a little bit too far right now. So we can learn all about handling events and updating state by adding interactivity section. Okay, so we have a concept of some additional events maybe, rather than just passing callbacks. Or maybe that's the idiomatic way, I don't know. So from here, this was a very brief introduction. You can start a React project right now to dive deeper all the syntax used in this tutorial. So we'll go start a new React project installation. Try React. You don't need to install. We don't want the code sandbox. It sucks. You can edit directly, fork, blah, blah, blah. Creating React app. There we go. We don't want to build it from scratch. That will be fun exercise at some point. But I want to start with some kind of template so that instead of focusing on what happens behind the scenes, how it's structured, which is awesome exercise, but right now I just want an app. So you can create a React app. There we go. If you want to build a new app, otherwise app or website with React, we recommend starting with a framework. Yeah, because React itself is not a framework, it's just a library, right? It's not like vue.js, for example, or Angular, which are frameworks. Okay, if your app has constraints not well served by existing frameworks, you prefer to build your, we don't. So full stack frameworks, let's see. Oh dear, they're already pushing Next.js, really. These recommended frameworks support all the features you need to deploy and scale your app in production. They have integrated the latest React features and take advantage of React architecture. They don't require a server. Yeah, I know. I don't want Next. It's just too much. Then we have React Router. React Router is the most popular thing. So this is just a module. Create React Router. Oh, okay. Create next app. Expo for native apps and other frameworks. TanStack. Oh, I heard about TanStack, right? It's full stack React framework powered by TanStack Router. Provides full document SSR. Oh, I don't want that. Really? So we need to go the route to actually build from scratch? Maybe. And Delicious Hash Brown says, awesome, you can use Vite. I love Vite. npm create Vite at latest. My template React. Oh, that's right, because Vite has its own templates, right? Full framework is going to be too heavy. Exactly. I don't want a full framework. I just want React, maybe with a router or something, and Vite will probably give me some fun little things. So, sure, I think, no, we don't want that. But let's say we're gonna go open a terminal, right? Make it a little larger for a stream, and we're just gonna go to repos, and I actually created a little app. What the hell was it? What did I name it? Habit tracker? Yeah, because the idea is that I want to, like, I thought, what could be the first app we're gonna create? And I figured we're gonna build a little habit tracker because it'll be a little bit more complex than your regular to-do. While we can keep the front end relatively simple and build it out over time. And I will actually want to build a backend for it eventually, which will be in Dart, as this is my other stream. So we can do that, I guess. So what can we do here? So you were suggesting create React app is the deprecated. Oh, okay. So the famous create React app is deprecated. That's very interesting. Thank you for those tips. I would actually go for hash brown right now. Oh no, I'm hungry. Okay, so create Vite. Wasn't npx create Vite? Because npm create, really? Let me just do something like make directory, and I'm gonna make it something like front end, because I want it to be something simple. So npm create that's just how Brown says, I make myself hungry all the time with this username. That is funny. Create. Let me search it for npm create Vite. How does it work here? Yeah, literally npm create Vite. So npm has some create. I'm okay. Vite latest, right? Yep. And let's call it something like habit tracker, right? And this will be template React. Let's see what this looks like. Create a feed. Yes, please. Select a framework. I already did that. I want, wait, vanilla, React. There we go. And we have Preact, which, great. We have Lit, we have Svelte, love Svelte. Solid, heard good things. We have quick, Angular. Marco. I haven't heard about Marco. That's interesting. Also, it's funny how Vue is before React here. I guess because of Vue creator. All right, React. We don't want to delve into TypeScript. JavaScript plus SWC. What the hell is SWC in the context of React? Let's ask AI. What is SWC in context of React? Oh, really? Enter doesn't work. Then we have React Router 7, Handstack Router, Redwood, and RC. So I'm already tempted to go towards React Router because I would kind of like to have separate pages in there, and I don't think that will be super complex to add. As we see, Speedy Web Compiler is a high-performance JavaScript TypeScript compiler written in Rust that serves as a faster alternative to Babel or React for React projects. Babel was still being used? Holy moly. I guess behind the scenes, right? I just haven't heard about it in a long time. Okay, so faster builds, everything's faster, right? Are there any downsides? Limited plugin ecosystem, don't care. Some experimental features may lag behind Babel. No, this would be simple. JavaScript is powerful enough on its own now. Okay, hell. We're gonna go SWC, but then what? We don't have the router. Maybe we'll learn how to integrate router ourselves, right? Why not? Let's go with this. And oh, we got it. We've got the habit tracker, so let's move everything from habit tracker to here. All right. Did it move like hidden files? No. So let's move git ignore to here, and there we go. Okay. All right, we're here. Good. And Sarban says you can add React Router later. Yeah, I don't know much about SWC. We'll see if it's gonna work. So they were suggesting that we can do, just npm install and run dev. So let's do that from VS Code. Okay. We don't need that anymore. We're gonna move that here, get rid of this one, and make it all gigantic for the stream. There we go. So we can go npm install. We've got, so what do we have in here? In our package JSON, we have our habit tracker, whatever, right? We have our dev, build, and preview, nothing crazy. And we have React and React DOM. And that's it. So we're using React 19. I believe that's one of the latest. And dev dependencies, we have a ton. We have a bunch for ESLint. We have, for some reason, we have types for React, even though we're not doing TypeScript. Okay, that's cool. We have the Vite stuff. We have a bunch of ESLint. Okay, ESLint for React hooks and React refresh. We have some globals. Okay, and Vite. Okay, that's simple. Not much when it comes to stuff. Our Vite is just, hey, React plugin. That's it. And Yeah, everything looks relatively standard. Okay, so this is done. npm run dev. Okay, so let's click on this thing. And of course it opens in the wrong window. So let's open it up here. We've got a vue plus React. And we've got our counter. Let me just, do I have, no, I don't have any plugins. Okay. I can click, it works, great. Edit source app.jsx and save to test the HMR. Okay, so I guess we should really move it to here. And we'll just have it on the side. I'll decrease it a little bit so that it still fits on the screen. If anybody has a problem with stuff being too small on the screen, let me know. Okay, so first I want to look at the index HTML because this is like the wrapper for it, right? We have our HTML, whatever. So we have our head, and besides that, in the body, we just have this div with root. So I guess this is where React app actually attaches to, what it replaces. So even though I'll probably put something here, save it, nothing changes, right? Probably wouldn't change here, but I don't know. Let's see if I'm gonna put wolala here, save it. There we go. We have our wolala. Somehow here in the middle of things. Okay. Oh, no, because this is one block, so it went on the right. Okay, so it went on the right of it. If I would move it here, it will be on the left of it. Okay, so this refreshes automatically. Beautiful. Let me actually just swap them. All right, there we go. All right, so this way we won't see this every time. And in the head, we just have the icon and nothing crazy here. Vue plus React, that's it. Great. And some plugins. Sure, whatever. React, do we have any thing for React? Do we have anything recommended? Like recommended. Huh, it's interesting that it doesn't try to even recommend any React plugins. Interesting. Oh well, okay, so let's move on. So we've got our index. Let's start, we have our habit tracker, which I believe I didn't do RMR. That's why I didn't remove it. Okay, so public will be just icon, and source we actually have our app. So we have our app.jsx, which is supposed to be the main app. And then we have some other stuff. So this is app, what's in main.jsx? And then so many CSSs. Let me just look at main CSS file first, okay? So our main, I think this is what is being really working, right? Okay, so this is our like main component for everything. This is the wrapper for everything. So we have some kind of strict mode. I don't remember what that was. Create root. Okay, so some specific thing to create a root. Okay. We import the like global CSS stuff, and then we import the app component. And here we basically say, okay, we initialize the application, right? We call create root. We want to attach it to that root element here. And we just render our app in strict mode. And that's it. Okay. So my question is, quickly, what is strict mode component in React 4? We don't want waste opus on that. Short. Okay. What's up with me not being able to hit enter? Okay, so that's great. Let's move on to our actual app, because this is what matters now. And LJSN says there's a plugin called ES7 Plus, and it's pretty useful to quick start components like React arrow function. Okay, so it's probably like snippets, right? That's what I would expect. ES7 plus. Yeah, snippets. Okay, snippets. We'll get to that later. For now, I want to hand code everything because that's how one learns, right? Repeat, repeat, repeat. Okay, so strict mode in React development is a React development tool that enables additional checks and warnings to help identify potential problems in your application. Okay, so it detects unsafe lifecycles, warns about deprecated lifecycle methods, okay, identified side effects like intentionally double invoked functions like constructors, render methods, and state updates to surface impure code. Okay. Oh, that's fun. Warns about legacy features, helps with concurrent features. Okay, right, and we got exactly the same code. Important, strict mode only runs in development. It has no effect on production build. Okay, so it's a awesome free feature. Cool. Suddenly we don't have to worry about anything ever, like about it ever again. It does good stuff for us. All right, why then build it as a separate component? Why wouldn't you just automatically include it? In vue.js, you get a warning that you're running in development mode, and it actually surfaces a bunch more errors that normally wouldn't pop up automatically. It does it. You don't have to wrap anything in a component. But maybe here's just more manual. No big deal. Okay, so in our app.js, we already use state for, I guess, the count. We have our SVG for logo and Vite. Yeah, both logos included. Oh, look, they highlight when you go over them. That's fun. A little blur with their colors. And CSS for the app itself. All right. So we have the main function app, and that's it. Okay, we don't have a lot here. So we create state for the count, right? We have count and set count. We start at 0. We could start at 10, right? I save it and bam, updated. We could start at -10. There we go. Even more fun. And then we have our return, which will render stuff. Okay, so this should be simple. We have a fragment, or whatever you call it, just so that we can contain several elements. And we have our first div, which will be, I guess, the two logos, right? First logo and second logo, and that's it. Then we have our header. We have our card that holds the counter in this little text. So counter is literally a button with on-click function that calls set count by increasing it. Okay, great. And text count is whatever. And we can slap an exclamation mark, and it's even more fun. Count is -10 factorial. Or factorial. Sorry. And this and nothing else. Okay. Click on the Vite React logos to learn more. It will just take us to their pages, and that's it. Okay, that's literally it. We actually don't have any subcomponents, nothing. We just have a bunch of CSS. Okay, great. Lovely. Okay, simple. Luscious Harris Brown says it's one of the classic causes of confusion when you do console log to debug something and it prints twice. Strict mode will run the component twice. Oh, interesting. That's why one would probably want to delete it. So strange. Huh. Okay, but hey, it makes code safe for you, right? You just count everything twice, or like, yeah. All right. Or you just turn it on occasionally, maybe, instead of like always during development. All right, we'll get to it. And our index CSS, which has a bunch more. Okay, so that makes sense. So now I would like to kind of quickly figure out what I want in the... Oh, my browser disappeared. What the hell? Did I close my browser? Oh, I moved it here. Oops. Let's just... Can I like extract this out of the entire website? I can. Let me just do some rearranging here. Hyperland is, sometimes it's weird with this Zen browser because the browser itself wants to split screen for you. Okay, so let's go to something like Excalibur. Okay, we're gonna make a quick mockup. And sorry about the bright mode. Maybe there's dark mode. There is. There you go. And can I like zoom it in a few times? No, I can't. Of course I can't. Yeah, this browser sucks. You can't just manually change the zoom level. Oh, you can. So let's do 150 will be good enough for the stream. Okay. So this will be a habit tracker. So we want to, so as a habit tracker, I can imagine that we have our website, right? This will be for now, we'll focus just on a desktop or I mean, we're going to make it simple enough that probably doesn't matter. But okay, so we're going to have our app. Maybe like this because we're going to kind of develop in this mode. So as a habit tracking app, first of all, I'll already say that we won't be dealing with any user accounts, nothing of that sort. We're going to make it as simple as possible. So, no login screen, you just have your data and that's it. So first of all, you want to have keep track of some various habits. Because, one develops maybe more habits. Maybe one of the habits will be like, hey, I'm going to stream every day, right? That will be my habit. Goal is to stream every day, even though it's maybe for half an hour, but I'm going to stream every day. So I keep learning. So we would need to have some kind of, stream every day. Okay. And then I didn't use many of habit tracking apps, but usually you have some kind of, streak that maybe we have several little circles. Whoa, every time I clone, it just strobes white. Holy moly. There you go, dark mode, right? Okay, so we have some kind of circles that we can say that, okay, this is our streak or something. So they maybe, oh wow, the dark mode sucks. Fill in, right? Oh, we filled out this out of that. And then maybe we would even add something like, I don't know, 3-day streak. Okay, something like here, whatever. And what else do we need? Do we need anything else for that? I guess over time we could do like, oh, if you're gonna get 3-day streak, you're gonna get some points, and that could be a separate screen for some kind of additional bonuses that we could build out. But if we were able to start with something that simple, that would be great. Let me just group those things together so we can clone them. All right, so we have 1, whoops, come on, 2, and whoa, come on, clone, not move. There we go. So we have something like that. We would need to have a button to add them. Let's go with something simple, and we add them on top or on the bottom. And a Google app you would have add here, but we're gonna go super simple. So we're gonna just add a button here, which will be add habit. Okay. And maybe when we click on something, we're gonna get to a separate screen where we can actually see something more about the habit. And we would have, something like, stream every day, right? And then instead of just that, we would maybe have like the whole history or maybe some number of weeks, right? So we could make like a fun thing. And I don't know, then display, date, so when it was, what recorded, like a history, right? So history. of all the entries and something under that. And of course, whoa, wrong buttons everywhere, will be delete habit. And that should be enough. And maybe, rename habit or something like that, right? That should be enough functionality for a simple app. We have adding stuff to the list. Oh, we need to add entries. Oh, that's right. Entries, adding entries. It would be nice to add an entry without going into the habit, right? Without loading extra data. So maybe we just add a little, where's text? Oh, let's actually make it like this. And it will be plus, right? Like log entry or whatever. And each one of them would have that. There we go. Something like that. We can mock it up probably something very, very, very simple initially. Split into components and figure it out, right? So when splitting into components, we would have 2 pages. I guess I need to use those here. Let's make background green or something. And we'll have whatever, the main page. Okay. We have the main page. And then we've got the habit details. Okay. Those 2 pages. So this is what we would, in theory, have the React router for. Then we will have something like, in my case, will be maybe main page toolbar. Or maybe a generic component for a toolbar. I don't know. I don't think we need to go that far yet. And here we would have the whatever habit page toolbar, right? And we have those 2 toolbars. Another thing that we could have is basically habit card, I would call it. Habit card. And inside of each card, we would, have the button, I guess, doesn't have to be a separate component. Title doesn't have to be a separate component. But something like the circles, that could definitely be a separate component, in my opinion. So we would have whatever habit visualization. Don't know what a good name would be here. And that would be like something where we say how many rows and what the data is. Something of the sort, so we could use the same component for both. And then, of course, we would have here, which will be another component for some kind of list. So I'm just gonna throw in a few lines of scribbles to whatever. This is our history here. Bam, 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 bam. So we do habit, whatever. Everything is habit on front of it. Habit history. Sure, good enough. Am I missing anything right now? That's the question. And Delicious Hashbell said that you don't want to remove the strict mode. Oh, you don't gotta delete it because it only runs dev. But yeah, as long as you know it's coming, it's fine. I mean, you can just comment it out from time to time during development if it's real pain, right? Like, oh, I'll debug that thing. Maybe I'm just gonna uncomment this thing and deal with it. All right, so this is the mockup. So let's get to it. Let's kind of make something of this sort. So I'm gonna focus on the main page first, okay? Because this is like the main thing that we want to see. Sure. So we want to basically create. I'm gonna create maybe a new folder. I'm gonna call it pages for now in our source, okay? And this will be they call it, I guess, main page.jsx, okay? And we're gonna make sure that we don't need to use any CSS. We'll use some kind of external library. I don't know, maybe we'll integrate Tailwind, or maybe we're gonna integrate something smaller. So for our main page, so the component, we just make a function, right? And there's nothing special about it. Yeah, we just create a function and return stuff. So for our main page, we will do export default, right? And this will be main page, and this will be a function. We just need to return, and we, I guess, need to wrap it in this to be able to just return it. So for now, we're just gonna do like a div with something like this is the main page. Okay. If we can do this, it will be great. It's complaining about unexpected token. Wait, we need to do. Oh wait, function. What the hell am I doing? I'm confusing several different languages. Sorry. They exported this function app. Oh, the export default app, and that's all they do. Okay. There we go. Export default main page. And I will go with no semicolons at the end. They went with none either. Okay, great. So if we're gonna save it, this is our app, and therefore it just wait, not this. Oh, CSS next to JSX drives me nuts. Let's make our main not display app, but let's import port main page from pages/main page. There we go. And this is supposed to be normal quotes. And here, therefore, we're gonna do main page. I will comment this one up, and there we go. This is the main page. So we already have working component. Okay. All right. So now continue with this silly little thing. Let's create a main page toolbar, right? It should be simple as that. I'm gonna make a separate. How do I want to divide it? Because okay, so in source we have this thing. So let's just make separate folder for components. Because then we're gonna have like separate maybe utility functions or something, right? Or separate thing for maybe stores or whatever. So here we can create main toolbar.jsx. Sure, let's just call it main toolbar. Doesn't matter. Let's copy paste this thing. So we're going fast. Main toolbar. Okay. And this will just display a button. Add habit. Oh, that means that when we have this functionality, we'll have to throw in a pop-up like, hey, create a habit or something. We'll get there. That'll be yet another component. For now, we just want to display some mockup data. No interactivity yet. Oh, what happens if, whoa, if you hold this? You can select with middle click. That's weird. Don't even know what it does. Control middle click. No, it just pastes. Guess that's the Linux thing. All right, so add habit. That's our button. That's all we have in our main toolbar. Literally nothing matters here, but our main page will display it first, right? So we need to use this funny little thingy to display a bunch of stuff. So this will be the main toolbar, okay? And that means we need to actually import it. And imports are outside. So we import main toolbar from components, main toolbar .jsx. Do we need JSX? I guess. I mean, it works. Does it work without JSX? I don't think so. Oh, it works. What do they suggest to do? How they do that? They imported it with the .jsx. So yeah, we'll do that too. Okay. All right. So our main page starts to look like something. Sorry about switching screens weird way. Okay, so let's make the card for the whatever habit card. Where we'll have to start passing props, right? So component, new file, habit card. Okay, let's copy this one again. And this will be the habit card. And this will be a little more complex because we need to create some kind of div, which will be the card, right? And here we just need to literally add a few elements. So first one will be, let's do it something like h2, which will be the, you know, the habit name. Then we're gonna have the button to the right of it, I guess. Whatever. It's just a plus. And lastly, we'll have the display of the whatever, there will be habit visualization. Habit visualization. And that's it, I guess. Yeah, so let's just quickly literally copy paste this one and habit visualization. And what we're going to do for now, it's just going to be a bunch of spans. Each span will be, do we have some kind of emoji? Oh, I can't put them in here. Interesting. What the hell? Why can't I insert an emoji? Circle? Let's do it proper way. Emoji picker or something? Is there one that just doesn't have million ads? I don't know. I want to search for circle. Nope. Oh wow, this is a real bad one. Come on, circle, circle, circle. We have heavy large circle. Oh gosh, this is trash. Okay, there we go. We'll have red and green, right? So what is this? Emoji copied. There we go. So I have red circles and green circles. That's all we care about right now. Oops, let's just move this one here. And that should be it. Thank you, LJSN. You pasted the same thing. Okay, so let's just copy some of those and maybe throw in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Beautiful. And we have last 3, so that will be our 3-day streak. Let's ignore this 3-day streak thing at the end. We'll just display this. So in our habit card, we should already have it properly. So we're just gonna do something like a div here, which will be for containing all the habit cards, and we'll do habit card. Oh, that auto imports it for us. Beautiful. And we'll just throw in 4 of them. Okay, we saved it and nothing displays. We have probably some kind of error. So let's see. Oh wow, this is real tiny. How about visualization is not defined? Oh yeah, we haven't imported it. Now imported it. There we go. Okay, look at that. We've got our button, we have our habit names and whatnot. It looks disgusting, but it starts to look like, you know, we've got the content. So before we go and style it, I want to kind of, you know, mock up the data, right? So something like visualization. That means we'll need to pass some kind of entries or something. Let's keep it really simple for now, and it'll be just a bunch of true, false, or whatever. And yeah, let's do that. It will be as input, we'll have something like last entries, which will be, I mean, we can't type it here, right? We just say that we have last entries. Wait a moment, what the hell am I missing? These are our params. I want to extract them. Okay, I'm getting a brain confusion right now. How do we receive them here? Yeah, like that category, right? Or something else, because we just straight out destructuring them here. It's just never used, that's it, right? So this will be last entries, and that should be a list that we can then go and iterate over, right? And deciding if it's true or false or whatnot. So besides last entries, let's just decide rows count, okay? We want to have last entries and number of rows to display. So in this case, we could basically say, you know, number, wait, rows count. So how many rows we want to actually display. Sure. Because the way I want it to work is that, yeah, exactly. Yeah, the value is not used. Then cache bounds. So the way I would like this visualization to work, because I mentioned that I wanted to work for both here as the same component as here. So it would be nice if I was able to say, hey, display me 6 rows or display me 1 row, something relatively flexible. And therefore I want to pass all the data I have to each one of them, right? And they will decide, you know, what to discard, what not. And I just need to say how many rows I actually want to display. So I would say how many rows I want to display. The other thing should be show empty rows if true or false. So for example, like here, I will specify 1. There's always 1. It doesn't matter. It will show it, right? There should be always exactly 1. But for something like here on the right, I want to pass the, you know, display me, let's say 6 rows maximum. But if we have only 2 rows of data, display only 2 and don't display like a bunch of empty rows, right? So let's do that. So we're gonna say, so instead of rows count, let's call it like target rows count. Okay, that's what we want. But really, rows count will be last entries divided by, and here we would need to basically, let's just create a main constant, something like entries per row, which will be, let's say 10, okay? Or maybe 7 because it's like a day, but no, let's do 10 and that will be good enough, right? So divided by entries per row, okay? And we're gonna just do something like math dot floor, okay? And this should tell us what is the row count, but then we want math dot max and take a maximum from either this or the target rows count. There we go. So that's the number of rows we have. Again, it's not being used, right? Great. Show me as a warning, not as an error. Then we have, because we have that additional thing that show empty rows or not. So maybe I'll just, I'll make it in one. So show empty rows, right? So if we have that we want to show the empty rows, it'll be this, right? Well, because this one will show the maximum, but if it's not, if we should hide the small ones, I know that is it. Okay, so, maximum will take either the entries per row, that how many we can fit, or the target, right? So that will be show empty rows. We'll always have at least the target rows count. But here we're gonna take the minimum, which is smaller. This one or this one, which we want the floor ceiling. We want the ceiling it. Because half empty row, it's still a row. Okay, all right. Something of this sort. We'll see if I'm wrong. I don't feel like thinking about it too much right now. So this will be our number of rows that we actually want to display. And then we would actually need to display those rows. So we're gonna make 3 variables. Constant will be failed. Oh, because then we have failed or whatever, we would need to go with actual dates. Ay. Let's assume that this tracker displays just 1 entry per day and that's it. You don't have like per hour or whatever. We don't care about that one. We just do like once a day. So we would need to be able to distinguish between entries that just don't exist and entries that are either you passed or you failed, right? So failed icon will be, maybe we can find one of other emojis. Is there a gray one? Yes, there is, or probably, that's probably a black one. I know, looks grayish blackish. So let's put this one here. Okay, that'll be failed icon. We'll have 2 other ones. So we'll be, let's do success, miss, and, or maybe fail. And missing. There we go. So failed will be this. Success will be this. So it will not be an app for colorblind people, that's for sure. At least at this stage. Okay. So considering that we have the rows count or whatever, we can start figuring out how to actually render that data. Because we have last entries. So we'll probably need to start going, because top row will be the most current. And to the right is the last value. So the way I would like it to work is that here to the right, the value on the right is like the most up to date, This is yesterday, before yesterday, and go on. Same here. Today, yesterday, blah, 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 blah. Previous week, even previous week, and previous week. Okay? So every row will just need to start going backwards to render them. Which I guess would work. Yeah, sure. Why not? So yeah, let's do something like that. So we can go with similar way the other components were showing up. So we'll just create a list of our, I don't know, rows, right? Our actual rows. And then we're just gonna iterate over everything depending on our row count. So we could probably just go for and do, let's call it row, whatever, or can I do constant row index? And we're gonna start with what? 0. Oh wait, how are we getting the entries now? How would the API send them? I presume it would just send them as entries in history with oldest first, newest last, because that will be like the most normal way to get it from the database. Let's assume that. We can always switch some stuff around, no big deal. So let's assume that the first entry is the oldest. So we're gonna go with rows like that, and therefore we're gonna be iterating over the entries backwards. Everything's gonna be backwards. So this is one of those weird problems where everything is weird way because data is being sent in some one way. When we're displaying those rows, they're like, from right to left, top to down, which is kind of, you read from left to right and top down. So we like flip only one axis or something. But not a big deal. So that's the constant for this. Now we have till row index is less than, what is it? Rows count, or not rows count. Row count. What am I doing? There we go. There we go. Row count. And row index plus plus, or +1. There you go. Great. So we're gonna go over that. So this should take us basically by rows. So we want to keep track of what basically that kind of offsets, because that means that from within here, within last entries, we need to start going backwards from the whole thing. So for const entry index, it's gonna be, let's again start with 0, be on the right. Entry index, we're just gonna do a bunch of math in one box and that's it. It's less than entries per row. Okay, great. And in here, in this fun little double thing, we can actually start iterating. So the main key here is that we need to calculate exactly which index of the last entries array we need to access. Because we're going backwards, the 0, 0 should mean literally the last entry. So let's say constant current entry will be the last entries, I mean, we could have done a different way, I guess, than this way. We could just literally start iterating over those backwards and break until we finish at some point. But oh well, we're going to do it this way and screw that. So current entry, let's actually start with current entry index. What this should be. Because we want to even check if we have that many entries, because at some point we're going to get to the point where we don't have entries anymore and maybe we need to add some just empty spaces. So current entry index will be basically the last entries dot length, because that will be our array. So we get the length of last entries, and then we're gonna basically subtract the entry index. Okay, which will be this. And also subtract this row index times how many items per row we have. So entries per row. Okay. And then of course -1 because this is an index of an array. So then we can check if current entry index is larger or equal to 0, then we're gonna do our selection. Otherwise, we're just gonna add empty row. Okay. Otherwise, it will be rows.push. And can we just put HTML here? Span with missing icon. Can we just do that? I guess. Guess we could, right? Doesn't complain about it. So that will be if we're past some point. But otherwise, we just need to get if it's true or false. So the rows will be, again, we're going to push the item, but depending on the, so let's say current entry value will be, what was it again? Last entries, current entry index, and that's it. Okay, that will be our current entry value. So if it's true, we're gonna use the success icon. If it's false, we're gonna use failed icon. There we go. This should take care of everything. I know I'm not explaining this code much, but you know, oh well. All right, so this should display it. When I'm gonna save it, I don't know, this probably has a bunch of errors already in the back, right? Or maybe it never updated. Who knows? All right, so we've got this. Oh, but we're not returning that. So what we need to do is basically return this and rows. Okay, save it, and now it's all unhappy because it didn't receive any data. So, you know, last entries is null. So yeah, it's ugly. So let's just make it that last entries. If it's null, we're just gonna make it this target row count. If not, we're just gonna make it 1 and show empty rows. If not, the default will be true. Okay, so that we have some kind of default data. But we could actually make it, I know, true, false, true, true. Okay, save it. And it doesn't really print stuff. So let's figure it out. Do we have to refresh? No. I mean, there are no errors, right? So that's good. That's progress. So now let's try to figure out why isn't it printing? Because we we created rows that we should be able to add stuff to. And then we're actually trying to print it. Okay. And Pantalonian says, have a look at stateful components. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to have a state in this component, unless by stateful component you mean some kind of different thing. React stateful components. Stateful and stateless components. Stateful and stateless component. I mean, yeah, I don't want this to contain any state, because in theory, this calculation isn't that bad for like 10 elements, right? Or even like 30 shouldn't be bad. So I don't care. This is not something that will be changing a lot. I'm doing like the simplest possible. I know that I could just throw it and probably like use memo or something. But for now, I just want to make it work. So what is happening for this specific entries? Okay. Can I do like console.log and do last entries? And we're gonna do last entries. And what are we going to get? Undefined. Why? What am I doing wrong? Oh, so they are staying undefined. What the hell? Wasn't it double question mark? Let me just do this guy. How do I assign a value to a variable only if it's null / undefined in JS? Because I recall a double question mark, right? That should work fine. Yeah. Null single operator. Oh. Oh, wasn't it? Oh, this one. Duh. There we go. Oh, silly me. There we go. We've got data. Okay. We've got some data. Still doesn't display it, but at least no errors. All right. So that's good. So we've got our data. Target rows, row count is 1. Show empty rows is true. So now let's see. So with this specific data, the way it works, row count, show empty rows is true. So if it's true, it will be max of this one versus this one. So last entries should be 4. Entries per row is 10. So we should get something like, 0.4. Okay, 0.4 here, which will be 1 with ceiling. This will be 1. Maximum of 1 and 1 is 1. Okay, so row count should be 1. Okay, we create our list of rows. And then we go with our for loop. From row index 0 till row index is less, as long as row index is less than 1, which is true for this first iteration, right? So we go on, our row index is 0. We go here, entry index is 0, right? And less than entries per row, less than 10? Correct. So we go in here, 0 and 0, starting point. Current entry index will be last entries.length. Didn't I have to like do something like this sort? Wait, was length something or not? Come on, console log. Sorry, it's like, what time is it? It's midnight here. I'm getting tired. So let's log current entry index is whatever, right? Let's save that. And will it run or will it not run? It just straight up doesn't run. Yeah. This just decides not to run. Why? What am I missing here? This should go on. And row count. Ah, row count. Gonna litter everything. Row count is not a number. Holy moly. Okay. I did not expect that. Target row count is 1. Is it? Yeah, it's 1. Oh, last entry is the length. Jeez. There we go. Now it displays them correctly. I mean, not correctly, but better. Awesome. Ah, that's so funny. Yeah. Okay. So this works. This one I'd say works. And our current index works. What we're doing wrong is that we're pushing to the end of the list. So in theory, we could start from index is being entries per row. Okay, until as long as entry index is larger than 0. Okay. And entry index will be decreasing by 1. So this way we're gonna go over each chunk a little bit differently. Okay, makes sense. Current entry index is this and this and that, and we don't need that -1 at that point because this one is larger. There we go. So we have this. True, false, true, true. Oh, this is still, oh no, it is because this is the last entry, the latest entry, so it's true, true, false, true. Okay, beautiful. So now let's try to make it more than, like, now we have 8, so that's good. Now we have 12 entries. Ooh, it displayed 2 rows where it shouldn't, because show empty rows selects the maximum. Either this or that, it doesn't limit it. Okay. So this is the error here. We are not selecting the maximum. And we're not selecting the minimum either. We want it to be, if it's less than this, do that. So this complicates it. So we have this number which tells us how many rows we need to fit it. But if it's not enough, we need to change it to that. Alrighty. Let row count is, what is it? Target row count. Okay, we're gonna start with that value. Now, if show empty rows is true, then we're always gonna just do target row count, right? Because this is where we're gonna display them. So we don't even need to calculate that, right? Because it's always that. Yeah, what's the point? What's the point then? And simplify it. There we go. While if I'm gonna say that I want to see 2 rows, there we go. I want to see 4 rows. There we go. Okay, this is better. Progress, not great, but these are the rows. And rows are currently displayed as, just push this. And these are not rows. These are just, what the hell? They're just entries. Wait, what? Yeah, these are rows. So let's do constant entries. Okay. And therefore we'll be pushing entries. Okay. And at the end, as we finish with this, we do rows, push, and it will be our div with entries. There we go. There we go. Now it displays correctly. So I have basically said I want 6 rows per entry, right? I can still add, I don't know, additional false and false, right? They show up, beautiful. And it, because it's show empty rows is to true, it shows everything. If always 6. If I'm gonna say to false, it should show 2 rows. Beautiful. Okay, everything works. Everything works the way it's supposed to. Beautiful. So by default, it will be true. By default, this will be 1. And by default, this will be empty. Just so that, you know, we have like sane defaults. So at least something always shows up. And now we can move on to our habit card, where we will try to actually put that data in. So for now, we can say, let's just copy this whole thing. And we're going to have last entries is whatever, true, false, true, true, true. For now, okay? We'll hardcore this one. Then we're gonna have, we can actually probably just make it a little bit prettier if we're gonna do that. Target row count. For here, we just want 1. And show empty rows will be true. Okay. And that will be our habit visualization, right? For now, they're all like that, but it's fine. Not a big deal. What the hell's going on here? Just give me a second. Okay, whatever. All right. So what else do we need to show in a habit? We need to show the habit name, right? Name. So this will be that name, and then we have the last entries. Okay, the same thing as it was before. And that's pretty much it, right? That's all that we need to provide into the habit card. So really, this will be actually the last entries. Okay. And right now they're just showing empty and whatever. Let's just make it again something a little bit more sane, where we're gonna say that name, if not specified, will default to unnamed. Okay. Can we actually specify it here? Yeah, we can. So we can skip this whole thing, right? Okay, beautiful. So in theory, I could just say last entries is true, false, and ignore that, right? And this is our default. Okay, great. So let's just move those here. There we go. Okay. So habit visualization we can leave for now. Habit card looks like we have our defaults somewhat sane as well. So we go to our main page, which tries to display them. So let's say this will be, the name here will be, I don't know, stream every day. Okay. And we go. There we go. Stream every day. like 4 habits. Name. What could be habits that will be good for a person? Maybe read whatever technical book for 30 minutes. Okay, that's another one. And another one will be wake up before 10 a.m. Ha! That's a challenge. And next one will be maybe last good thing would be work on side project for 30 minutes, right? And there you go. These would be like good 4 habits to have, like, hey, do that every day, and every day will get you somewhere forward, right? Okay. And then we'll have, of course, the entries and whatnot, but we're gonna get there in a second. Okay. All right. Beautiful. So our habit card, it doesn't really have any logic other than it eventually having the plus button, but we'll get to that later. What we care about now is that, hey, our main page needs to get that data from somewhere. Let's just not do it that we have data from somewhere. Let's just do literally for now constant, and this will be the data from server. Okay. So our data from server will be just a simple object. So we'll have basically habits. Okay. This will be our list of habits where we have a name, and we'll just use those, right? This will be first thing. And then we would need to have the entries in here. But because we'll be also displaying the history of the habit, we need to provide a little bit more. So history. Okay, how about we'll just do history? And that will be again a list of entries. And each entry will be having date. And let's just make it like a day, right? Let's say 2025, oh, whatever. We just finished 07, right? Let's just do 01. And then we're gonna have what else in that entry? We're gonna have date, and we're gonna have value, which will be, let's say, true, if we missed it or not. I mean, that suggests that the server will be actually showing, like, tracking data that isn't there, that we explicitly said that, hey, we didn't do it that way. But maybe that's the role of the server, to actually provide us data like that, because server has additional info like when was this thing created, and we don't want to show things before that as failed or something. I guess that's the problem with me adding a third state of the thing other than yes, no. But well, let's say that server sends us all the data. It just has to, and that's it. So we've got this one, we've got another entry. In the future, we can add some kind of, what do we call them? Notes to it or something. So let's say that we'll have 3 entries, 2, 3, and 4. This will be false. This will be true and true. Okay. So we have 4 entries. Name and history, and that's it. So that's our first habit. Let's just add the rest of the habits. 1, 2, 3, 4. And what? Read technical book for 30 minutes. Bam. Then we'll be wake up before 10 a.m. And let's throw in work on side project for some minutes. There you go. They're not in order anymore, but whatever. For now, I'm gonna leave it with the same data here. I don't care that much, whatever. What matters is that we should be able to, in our main page, I want to be able to transform that data into something that we can actually use. Because, this thing here doesn't really care about history. The main page only cares about getting entries out of it. So we can probably just transform it, right? So we start by extracting the habits and then name and history, right? So let's do something like const habits is data from server. That's what it was named. Data from server, right? Dot history. Wait, habits. This is our habits, but we want to basically map them. All right. So we're gonna do that. This is the habit, and we're gonna mark it in a way where we're gonna return object where we have name, and instead of history, we're gonna have entries. It will be name, which is the habit.name. Okay. And then we have, sure, there we go. And then we have entries, which will be habit.history, where we map each element. History entry, let's just do whatever. E dot value. We're not worrying about sorting yet. Let's just get the data. Okay. Wait, what? We want to return an object, sorry. There we go. And this thing is, there we go. Now it's good. Okay. All right. Okay, so this should be our habits, right? We extracted the entries and names, and that's all we have. Therefore, instead of doing this thing here, we can just do const habit rendered habits. I mean, we could kind of render it here, but I want to make it two-stage for now, because maybe we need to use this data somewhere else. We'll keep the data separate from the rendered elements. So we'll go with habits. We map them over, so we're gonna do simply return habit card. Our name is the habit.name. While, what the hell was it? Last entries will be, what the hell was it? Habit entries. Okay, and we're gonna even throw it a key, which will be habit.name, because each habit will have a unique name. All right. I mean, we just do this. And that should be it. These are our rendered habits. Just map them like this, and I can just do it this way. There we go. Looks a bit nicer. Therefore, here we're just gonna throw in rendered habits. And there we go. We have the data. We can change, let's say, read technical book. We're gonna add another entry for another day, right? 05, maybe I didn't read that book in the last entry. There we go. So now that we know that this works, let's do something where we actually sort those things. So for this, I'm just gonna do this. Please look at main page, I need you to sort habit entries by date when extracting the entries in line 99. Whatever, in line, what is it? Extracting entries from history in line 101. Okay. Let's see what it does. Okay, we sort AB. So we create dates from that. Okay, with a subtraction, and that basically gives us a number to sort against. Okay, that's simple enough. Yes, accept. And that will be it, I guess. Yep. Done. Quicker than me quickly looking it up. So now, even though I will take this entry and throw it in here, save it, it still should be fine. I can add at the end of it an entry from different year, okay, and make a value false. That's the read book. So the false should show up in the front. There we go. I mean, this isn't smart enough to know, hey, the entry was here, yes, here, no, and between there's a loss. But we don't care about that right now. This will be the server to do that. This will be a fun separate challenge in Dart, for example, okay? Because normally you would do this kind of check inside your front end to make sure that server sends you good data. But I still want some challenges on the Dart side, on the server side, that we will end up creating at some point. But okay, this is great. This works. I don't care about sorting those by name or whatever. Doesn't matter. We're able to display that, which is fun. So now before I start adding model things, like, add something or whatever, because it'll be fun to start making this data more dynamic. Let's actually add some styles. And what kind of styles can we add? It will be fun to do something weird like retro CSS frameworks. There we go. 98, that will be fun. Sure, let's see. What is this? Oh, beautiful. Let's make a habit tracker like that. It's gonna be disgusting. And it's gonna be funny to see that on Linux or on a phone. And we even have examples. Oh, whole documentation page. Look at that. Intro. Whoa. Wow, this truly is like an old page. Wait. Oh, because I have this guy here. There we go. Installation. We just add a link and that's it, right? Or we could do npm install 90s css. Let's just use a link. Let's keep it simple, right? No need to install it. Users have browsers that can download it for us. Sure. Save. Oh wow, our thing actually already looks different. Without the styles yet. Oh, because we have styles from here, right? So let's get rid of index and app CSS. Move it into trash. Now this thing is complaining. So let's refresh. And now we don't see anything. Do we need to restart like the dev server or something? Oh, because we're importing it here, right? That's what it is. This thing tries to import its CSS. Let's just comment it out for now. And main tries to import its own CSS. No. Oh yeah, it does. There we go. Beautiful. We already have buttons, Windows buttons. Beautiful. So that's that. So we have a bunch of components, right? Buttons and whatever, checkboxes. And we have this stuff here. Okay, and we have show code. So for a button, it's just a button, right? Nothing crazy. Class default. This one is, there's nothing different about it. When buttons are clicked, they look like that. We have the disabled one and the focus one. We don't care that. Checkbox, we don't care. Option button, no. Group box, there we go. A group box can be used by wrapping your elements in a field set tag. Oh, this is like a field set. Interesting. Well, this one, a legend element of field set. There we go. Beautiful. Oh wow, this is gonna be real jank. But that's the goal, right? To make it fun. So our habit card won't be just a div. It will be a field set, and instead of h2, we'll have a legend with the name. Okay, and the rest stays the same. We just need to make this a field set. There we go. Already looks better. But our background is wrong. Why is our background wrong? I don't know. Window. Window contents. Because yeah, we don't have anything that does anything with the background. It just stays white. So used with React. And the background is, oh, we actually need to create a window for ourselves? Is that what that is? No, they use some kind of panel or something. Window content, status bar, tree view tabs, table view, progress indicator. I guess they just literally just use the background color. Window. Title bar, blah, blah, blah. Complete window. So what does it look like? We have this window, title bar, and then window body. Can we just make the whole thing as a window body, like in the HTML element? Save? No. Wait. No, that didn't work. I don't think this will work either. Ay, ay, ay. But maybe we can make a window without the thing. What is the color of this thing? How do I check the color? There we go. Let's just make it style. Background color is this thing. Save. There we go. Okay, that's simple enough. Okay, I mean that looks cool now. I like that. I really like that. We just need to add some spacing between those elements, and that's pretty much it. Yeah. And here, instead of just saying, hey, this is the main page, maybe we have some kind of, because we had the group box, No, we just don't have anything else other than just text. And that's it. Wow, there's like not a lot to it. So a div with I mean, we don't need that text at all here, right? Our main toolbar will be just a separate like panel, I guess. They don't specify how to make those panels, which is kind of not fun. Drop down and we have status bar on the bottom, whatever. I guess it'll be just a bunch of buttons and that's it. All right. Bunch of buttons. We just need to make sure that there's some padding around stuff. So let's just do style, margin, top. I know, 12 pixels. Wait, what the hell am I doing wrong? Oh, we just can't do the style this way, right? We need to make it into an object, right? Margin top is 12 pixels. And that's how we need to do it, right? Yeah, okay. I recall that this was in the documentation at some point. All right, so we've got this. Our main toolbar really, I mean, we would need to kind of make it something else, right? Flex box of stuff. Not CSS. There we go. I don't like CSS. Please fill out the main page CSS with classes so that the habit cards in main JSX are within a proper flex box column with 12 pixel, what is it? Got her. There we go. Habit cards container, flex column with a gap. That should be it. And then it should update this one, right? Import it, sure. What else do we do? And apply the class name, right? Remove the strange style. There we go. I mean, it leaves the style, sure, but yeah, there we go. Looks good. We've got our things. I mean, emojis don't look good considering it's Windows. But maybe we can actually use, oh, we can probably use the there's a group option button. Can we create an option button without the actual option? Because we have input, right? And just no label, field row. What the hell is it going to be? In our habit card, no, this will be in the entire visualization. Let's make it so that, I don't know, we're just gonna grab the missing one, right? Instead of doing this, we're just gonna try to shove this whole thing in there. Field row with this thing. With a radio and whatever, yes. And this is unhappy because of something. Left, right brace. Huh? We push this in there, right? It's a single element. Do I need to wrap it in extra parentheses or something? Like, that would be strange, but may be required. No. Well, we push this. What the hell is it complaining about? Oh, class name. Is ID also like problematic? If I'll get this one out, it's still bad. If I'll take this one out, it's good. Okay, so the problem is somewhere here in the input. With this, no. Is it the type? No. The name is first example. That's a problem? No. Oh, because I didn't close it? There we go. So a bunch of yeses. Can I do it without... Can I do it like without the class name? I can. Can I do it without a label? No. What if I'll have empty label? Oh, that's better. So in theory, I could do span. Beautiful. um, do I need the ID? I don't really care about the for and whatever. Because the moment we don't have a label, it stops being the thing. Oh, this looks disgusting. Do we have like option for yes? There it is. We can be disabled. There we go. So these will be disabled. And for something like here, we'll basically need to not have it disabled, but the checked will be so its success will be true. Oh, we can just do this. True, false, right? Yeah. Okay, it doesn't mark it as checked. Does it have to be a field set for that? Can I mark them manually as checked? Ooh, yeah, this is problematic. Field. Okay. Whoa. That's not what I wanted. So here is just a field row. It's not field set. So I don't know why I'm coming up with a field row. Was it field dash row? Yep. Oh, wait. This one's checked for some reason. This one is not. Oh, because they're all like separate, I mean the same IDs or something? I mean, I can't check them manually. These are all the same name, right? Second example, first example. Okay, I see. So I would basically need to just number them or something. So instead of name being first example, I would just say name is the current entry index. How about that? We'll just pass that and save. Oh, it starts to look okay. So we get rid of this field row. Okay, we've got something. And this will be the same thing. Why are all those empty? I know that some of them have true in there. Oh, because this needs to be starting with a habit, right? Weird. So we don't need those. So do we have info about the habit name or something? No, we don't. And we don't have the access to the key. Habit name is whatever, right? So we need to provide a habit name. And we can construct the thing by having habit name dash current index. There we go. Disgusting, but it works. Possibly. The moment we pass in proper habit name is name. And that doesn't solve it here. No. You provided a check prop to a form field without an onChange handler. This will read only. I know. It's supposed to be read only. Each child on the list should have a unique key prop. Ooh. But this is per list, not per anything else, so there you go, there you go, and there you go. So we need to add key to this span or whatever. Key is current entry index. How about that? Or even better, we just calculate it not once and we're just gonna call it somewhere here, constant, whatever, unique key is this. Disgusting to recalculate every time, but oh well. That's how React likes it. There we go. Unique key. And the same thing goes here. Save. So in theory, it should not complain about stuff anymore, but now we have even worse situation. Habit name comes from here. Current entry index comes from here. Provide a unique key, and we provide a unique key correctly this time. These work, these don't work. and that makes me mad. Let me just check my data. Not CSS. True, false, true, true. Nope. Why does it work on for those, even though we have like duplicate or something, but not for those? Because I'm trying to push radios to do something they weren't supposed to, but come on. Maybe I'm just gonna simplify my job and do a checkbox instead. Because checkbox we have disabled and checked, and that's it, right? We don't need anything else. Yeah, let's do that. Just type checkbox and that's it. Da, 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 da. Okay, now it works. So it's just the radios that are weird. And this needs the label in there. Beautiful. We can check it ourselves, but that's fine. And yeah, this is beautiful habit tracker. Oh, how beautiful. Alrighty. Do we still need those unique names on this? No, we don't. Beautiful. We need keys here. That's fine. I shouldn't need to have the habit name here anymore either. So I would just say that the unique key is whatever. We don't even have the unique key anymore. We just throw in the current entry index. There we go. Oh, and that fixed those. Wait, what? I guess not. I guess it needs those. Okay, so there was some weird stuff going on. Let's ignore that. Let's just leave it the way it is. Okay, we have the weird visualization somewhat done. We won't touch it anymore for a while, so let's just close it so it's not tempting. Yeah. Okay, so oh, we don't have a way to open it now because we have add entry, but we don't have any other button. So for our habit card, let's make something like a div, and we'll have the button like on old Windows you wouldn't have just plus, you would have log entry. There we go. And another button will be open or details. Even better. LGSN says lol, and Totoro says hey there. How are you? Okay, so Screwdle, it's gonna be driving me mad. Ay. So where did our CSS go for the thing? So let's just do additional one, which will be, let's make it something like generic, maybe toolbar container, okay? It'll be flex, it'll be a row with gap, maybe something like 8 instead of 12. And this way we'll be able to go to our habit card, and this is in theory a toolbar. So yeah, let's do it. Class name is this thing. It should be less, maybe 2 pixels. Oh, that looks Windows-like. All right, I like that. So we can do pretty much the same thing for the main page and this add habit. Yeah, why not? Let's just close this down. There we go. Where do we have the buttons? Render main toolbar. Oh, we actually have a component toolbar. Why not? So we're gonna wrap in a div with this beautiful class. It will be just nice to have it on the right. Right? So yeah, let's actually make it that all toolbars show up like all the way to the right. And Thor says, this is the part where I prefer Vue, honestly. SFC is goated. Single file components? Yeah, single file components are awesome. I agree. Just the fact that I have main page twice already makes me angry. And it's not because I'm used to C# where it hides the same name and different files behind the scenes in freaking Visual Studio, which is annoying, but I don't know. I guess I got used to vue.js. My components are supposed to be just components, no CSS. But yeah, I can live with that, whatever. So let's just make our component. Where did the CSS go? And what the hell was it? Wait. Align items end? No, that was like justify. What was it? There we go. Okay. It was that option. So now the top looks right, but this looks kind of disgusting. The old Windows way would be that buttons would be on the bottom, right? So in our habit card, we can just grab our buttons and move them down here. What the heck just happened? Okay. How about visualization? How about we give you some extra padding? Style. Oh, we need to do this thing. What is it? Margin bottom? Which will be, I don't know, 12 pixels or something. Oh, that looks okay. Okay, great. So in our habit card, we have this. Let's just swap the thing. So log entry is here, details is here, and we're golden. Look at that. This looks beautiful. Why not use Tailwind? Because I wanted to use this thing. And just whatever. I don't feel like adding Tailwind right now. It doesn't matter, but you know, this way we have this beautiful thing. When we scale it, look at that. All the buttons go to the right. So unpolished. I love it. Okay. So we've got that. So the next step would be to start adding like pop-ups and whatnot. Yeah, we could do that. Like the native way, right? So we can just use a window and make like a nice little window pop-up to add something, right? And this would be a state, I believe. Like, hey, are you displaying this thing right now or are you not? So this won't be in card, it will be an entire, not app.js, right? App.js is not in use. We want it in our main page. Okay, in our main page, we'll need to import the, what is it? Use state from React. I think that will be it, right? So these are our components. Let's put it up there. And now in our function, we have our habits. Let's just define our state ahead of time. So it'll be constant, and we will call it something like, oh, this is a list, right? Because we're just getting a list. This way we can rename it. So this one will be show whatever is new habit dialog. Oh gosh. Show new habit dialog, right? And that'll be set show new habit dialog. Okay. And this will be use state, and the default is false. And that's it. So we've got our state. And now we just need to look up how to use the native dialog stuff. JavaScript show dialog. Will we have the official? There we go, dialog. What the hell? Why are we seeing ads on this thing? I guess Mozilla is such a bad state that they need to show ads on documentation. Okay, the dialog HTML element represents modal, right? Used to create both modal and non-modal dialog boxes. JavaScript should be used to display the dialog element. Use the show modal method to display a modal dialog, and the .show method to display a non-modal dialog. Okay. Can be closed using the close method, using the dialog method, blah, blah, blah. When submitting form. Oh, no forms. No, thank you. Closed by. So wait, attributes. Closed by specified types. Oh, light dismiss behavior. I don't care about that right now. Any close request, none. Then we have open, indicates that the dialog box is active and is available for interaction. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna set that thing. Well, it can toggle between the open and closed states of non-modal dialog boxes by toggling the presence of the open attribute. This approach is not recommended. See open for more information. Ooh. So we've got the dialog, right? Yay. Closing a modal dialog. So, autofocus, close, and what? That's it. Okay, so we do like straight up query selector, but we can use like a reference, right? There was something about a reference in React. So let's try to define a dialog. Oh no, do I need to define it in like separate something, or will it magically show up where it's supposed to be? Let's figure that out. So in our main page, we're gonna just throw in a dialog, okay? Unstyled for now, it will just say walala. Okay, that's all I care about. It just needs to show walala. I saved it, nothing shows up yet. Let's say it's open. It shows up here with those beautiful styles, but I want a modal one that shows up over everything. Come on. Gives focus, autofocus. Sure. There you go. Have your autofocus. So now the dialog, we need to get a reference to it. So let's look at React. Let's come into UI, adding interactivity, render, commit, queuing, updating. Okay, let's make it a job simple of searching. That's a good spot where we can use AI to actually ask questions to explain. I want to display a simple dialog on my React page. Okay. I already have the dialog autofocus. Let's just wrap it properly, right? To make it markdown present on the page, but how can I trigger it to open in a modal format? And let's look at the docs again. Where was it? Oops, not play. Oh no. Come on, browser, work with me. This is copy. Documentation on MDN suggests. How do I do that properly in React? Show and explain, please. We'll see what we'll learn, okay? Whoa, I don't want to see the code right now. So in React, you'll use a useRef hook to get a reference to the dialog element. Then call showModal and close methods directly. Here's a proper React approach. So I guess we can look at the code, right? So, okay, we called it get the useRef. And then we just create useRef and HTML dialog element. HTML dialog element. Dialog. And reference is dialog ref. Okay, so we basically specify the type of it. Initially is null, but then here when rendering, we actually setting it. Ooh, I see. So let's try that, all right? So we have this thing. We need to specify that we'll have a reference to our dialog, right? It'll be just to simplify our lives that, hey, this is a dialog element. Therefore, we'll have proper functions to call on it. And of course, we need the use ref. Okay. And here on our dialog, we'll need to do, what was it? Ref? Dialog ref, right? Yep, just that. And that's it. So this is on click and whatever, handle dialog click. So open modal just does that and close modal. Okay. Dialog ref, well, current, and then show modal. Okay, so let's create that function. So beyond our habits, let's say we already did the whole habit stuff. Let's add this code here. So we'll just do something like show modal, or we can probably do function show modal, or like show new habit dialog. Okay. Oh no, this is. Oh no. Do I really want the? Yeah. Is new habit dialog shown? That's it. Beautiful. That's better. So show new habit dialog. It won't take anything as input. Maybe we'll actually do toggle. Oh no, just show, right? So what we're gonna do is dialog reference, right? And we have the current here. No, but we do this and it suggests that we are supposed to be able to call show modal, right? So we do if not is new habit dialog shown, then we're gonna actually set is new habit shown to true, right? So we have our thing here, and we could actually make it that we need to pass it to here. So on add habit. Okay. Will be this thing. Now let's go into main toolbar and do on add habit. On add habit. And it will be just what on click will be on add habit, right? We don't need to execute it. So that should be it to do the callback. But now it's complaining about something, probably related to something else. Let's ignore the stupid checked ones. Error. Expect a ref to be a function. An object returned by this create ref or undefined null. Okay. Ref. Dialog ref. Oh, because I made it constant, right? Still not it. No, so this is a constant, right? Have exactly the same thing, nothing else here. So ref is dialog ref and nothing else. So ChatGPT probably, I mean, whatever, does something wrong here, right? Because I do this, open modal, and it magically works for them, right? Of course it does. But what's wrong here? So let's clear this, refresh the page, and go through everything. So we have each child should have unique key. Or check the render method of habit visualization. I already did that. Every child has a unique key. Current entry index. There should be absolutely no duplicates here. Screw that. Blah, 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 blah. Margin bottom. Did you mean margin bottom? Oh. There we go. That's fixed. Blah, 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 blah. Margin top. I mean, it worked, right? So what's the problem? It's just style problem, probably. That's all. An error. Expected ref to be a function. An object returned by React create ref or undefined null. Okay, this is not fun. So reference is just the dialog reference, right? Well, this one is use reference. We gave a null because, hey, that's how it begins, right? I guess we need to look at the documentation. We can't avoid it. Do they have a search? Ref. React, use ref. There we go. Initial value. Use ref is a React hook that lets you reference a value that's not needed for rendering. That's not needed for rendering. Okay. Initial value. So, okay. So it can hold anything. Hello, CPN. How are you doing? Because I'm doing well. Getting pissed off at React as always. Or maybe just overall at JavaScript. Single property current. Initially, it's set to the initial value you have passed. Okay. Referencing a value of ref. Click counter. Do not write or read ref current during rendering. Okay, great. So manipulating the DOM with a ref. Sample ref will be use ref and we give it null, right? No big deal. That's fine. Then pass your ref object as the ref attribute to the JSX. Yeah, that's what we did. After React creates a DOM node and puts it on a screen, React will set the current property of a ref object to that DOM node. Okay. So why doesn't it work? What am I missing? It's dialog ref, dialog ref. If I'm gonna get rid of this, it works. So it's this little part here that is unhappy. Ref is something. What if I'm gonna do this? Now it's happy. So this, because we're not in TypeScript. That's what it is. Duh. Add habit and we have voila, beautiful. So that worked, and with escape we can get rid of it. Okay, beautiful. Oof. So now that we have this, we can actually try to style it, right? And that means, I can't click on stuff. Beautiful. So let's get back to our style and see how we can do this. It's just a CSS framework that whatever styles that give me that. So we window style with all this stuff, right? Can we call style window with just on this dialog? Can we just shove it in here? Class name. Yes, we can. I mean, we still get a weird border. Why do we have that border? Come on. Where that's coming from? Unless I just plop this inside of there and it's just gonna fix itself. Whoa, now it's very unhappy because I guess I have class name everywhere. Class. And let's add the word name. Still nothing. And CPN says, interesting. Yes, interesting. I'm trying to make it look weird. Interesting. Style. There we go. I don't need that style right now in here. So I'm still getting that super weird border, okay? That didn't fix the problem. So I can get rid of this thing. So I'm not having it double wrapped. Okay. That looks good. Now what I need to do is get rid of the damn border. How did this do it? How did you style your dialog? Class name. Oh, you used cheating. Routed shadow XL. Backdrop. Shadow XL. Backdrop. No shadow. Just backdrop. Or no, this is kind of. Let's do that. So let's close this. Great. Can you please convert those to all those, what is it? Tailwind classes into a single pure CSS equivalent. I want a beautiful backdrop that I can reuse. Oh, that's it. TypeScript. What the heck? I don't want style dialog. Ew. There we go. It will automatically run, right? So on our main page CSS, we're gonna add this beautiful thing, save. Oh, beautiful. Yes. Oh, yes. But I think it should be less than that, maybe something like this. Okay. And let's make it grayish, because I think it was just graying stuff out, right? Back then. 128. Might be too bright. 0.5. A little bit darker. 92. 72. Yeah, let's go with that. Beautiful. Now we just need to take that dialog and just remove the border. Whatever. Oh, now it looks correctly. Okay, good. We fixed our problems. We have beautiful dialogue. Let's put content in there. So now the thing is that we'll be putting content in there into that dialogue. I kind of feel like it should be a separate component by now, right? So in our main page, we have the dialogue here. Can we just completely replace it with something? Can we still get a reference to it? Or what? Oh, we probably should pass arguments to it, right? So we should probably do something like new habit dialog. Okay. And what we're going to pass into it is what will be show. I mean, the show dialog. We want to be able to, let's just do a property, right? So it should be show is pretty much is new show habit dialog shown, right? So that'll be that. And then we're gonna have another attribute, which will be something like Nidek says, I'm also learning React. Welcome to the club. Are you learning React from scratch, or you know maybe some other framework already? I'm curious. Okay, so we've got. Okay, so this will be the show, or like should show. How about that? How about is shown? There we go. Next one, and that will basically dictate if it needs to show up or not. Oh no, we can't do that. I mean, no, we can. We'll just call the modal many times, right? Because the thing is that I guess this should be always present there with all this. And only when we re-render it and this changes, we should actually show it. So how the heck does that work? Because I'm afraid that if we have this re-rendered and we add some functionality that something changes, will that try to destroy that thing? I am confused. Because if we're gonna just slap on something like open, it's gonna show up here instead of where it's supposed to be. Ay, ay, ay. So let's ask the thing here. With the dialog box working like that in React, how do the re-renders impact the dialog whatever display? If we're opening it via JavaScript, there's no state that tracks if it's open or not. That's how I understand it, but I'm just learning. Can't type, sorry. Let's see what it says. Need access from scratch and have no previous experience in any framework. Okay, so it's gonna be a little bit less intuitive for you, but I'm sure you're gonna get through it. I have some Vue.js, years of Vue.js experience, so it's a little bit easier for me because a lot of stuff translates. Okay, so you're absolutely correct, and this is actually a key advantage of using the native dialog element. Let me explain how it works. Dialog state is independent of React state. When you call dialog ref current show modal, the browser's native dialog implementation handles the open-close state internally. This state exists in the DOM and not in the React's virtual DOM or component state. So render behavior. Here's what happens during the renders. So we have our component, the dialog, right? The counter for the set, open modal, right? Just to show it. And we have our div with a counter, whatever. And we have our dialog in which we're displaying the something. We're not displaying anything. This dialog stays open even if parent re-renders, right? Because this whole thing is gonna re-render every time we change the counter, including the dialog, but it stays open. Okay. Dialog stays open. Even though we don't give it an ID or anything. Interesting. No React state needed. Ref persists. The use ref maintains the same reference across renders. So you can always call methods on the same DOM element. Beautiful. So I don't have to worry about anything here. What if what if the dialog is in a subcomponent instead of your parent holding, having dialog? It has a component, something like, new entry dialog, right? Which then contains the dialog, whatever tag. Well, let's see what it says. Control enter, I guess. Interesting. You changed it now. Enter just creates a new line. I guess so many people were into those input boxes by accident ran the enter instead of shift enter to open a new line. They figure, you know what? Enter will create a new line. We're gonna save ourselves from people who will just press enter and stop. Okay, this is redoing stuff. We're doing more stuff. Okay, we're gonna finish the dialogue, and after that, we're gonna do stuff. I'm gonna finish after that. So we have dialogue imperative, right? Bam, 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 cancel. Normal callback, bam, bam, cancel. Let's see what it said. Great question. When the dialog is in a subcomponent, you need to expose the dialog controls to the parent. Here are the clean approaches. Two main approaches. Pattern 1, use imperative handle. So the parent has a reference to dialog handle, and we open it, right? And child exposes methods. Use imperative handle. Reference. Wait, what? What does it mean, child? I guess we'll need to look at the code. Maintains the stateless approach you mentioned. Dialog state stays in DOM, not React. Clean separation of concern and no unnecessary re-renders. Less idiomatic React. Harder to test. Can break React's mental model. Wow. And callback props. So parent usage is open. Set is open, right? That's what I was trying to do. New entry dialog is open or on close. We set is open to false, right? Child syncs with props. Use effect. If is open, dialog show model. Else dialog close. So we don't know about use effect yet. I mean, I heard about it. I heard that you can shoot yourself in the foot with use effect. But that's that. And I guess this is key, right? Because isn't it like, watch from vue.js where we're just watching for changes of something? In this case, we're watching for changes of is open. And then, is open changed? Okay, we're gonna do show model, otherwise not, right? And that probably does some state persistence, right? More idiomatic React, easier to test, better for state management libraries, predictable data flow, but requires parent state management and additional re-renders when state changes. Okay. For most cases, parent 2 is preferred because it follows React conventions and makes the components more predictable. It's better one. Okay. The render behavior remains the same. Let's just go with number 2 and see if it works, right? CPN asks, why do they call it class name instead of class, though? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Something tells me that it's just for the sake of avoiding like JavaScript keyword inside of your JSX. I don't know, I guess. That's the only thing that comes to my mind, but ask your favorite LLM and I'm sure gonna get a proper answer. All right, so let's try that, right? We're already starting doing that. So we had a new habit dialog is shown and we'll be tracking that. And then we'll be basically, what were they suggesting here? In the second one, we have, on close, right? So we should probably do something like on close, right? That on close, we're just gonna literally just call the, set this to false, right? That's gonna be on close. But we also need to provide some kind of way like on new entry, right? On new entry. Okay, and this will be data or like, habit data. And it will be handle new habit data. Whatever, handle new habit. There you go. Habit data. So I don't even need to do that. It will be just handle new habit. There we go. Function handle new habit. Habit data. There we go. To do habit. And otherwise it will be, again, close the dialog after that. Okay. There we go. Beautiful. I wonder if it can actually return a value, right? So it could be like quick back and forth. So that's fine. This one is unhappy now because we need to close this thing. Now it's kind of happy. Now it's unhappy because we don't have the new habit dialog. So let's create quick component. New habit dialog. And LJSN says it's because we use JSX, which is basically JavaScript in React, and class is a reserved keyword. Okay, all right. I can see that. I'm just surprised that that's the case, considering that JSX has its own parser. I don't know, it's weird. It's not JS anymore. All right, so new habit dialog. Let's just copy something simple like whatever habit card, right? So our new dialog. We don't import anything here, I believe, yet. So let's just do that. New habit dialog. And what we were supposed to get in here, from main page, not CSS. I'll need to get back there anyway. You go away, you go away. Main page, JSX. Let's do that. So we need to get our dialog. Bam. So many things will break. I expect that just so many things to break. Okay. Look at all that vertical space wasted. Do I really need this thing? What is this called? Settings. Where's settings? Migrate settings. Open settings. There we go. Breadcrumbs enabled? No. Oh, look at that. We just got room, vertical room. How beautiful. I can see more. Okay. That's copied over. Now we need those three. So, whoops, not main toolbar. New habit dialog. Ay, ay, ay. There we go. Here. Much better. And our main habit dialog needs those three. Okay, so is shown no default value. I don't care about default value, don't care about default value, and don't care about default value. There we go. So now we'll just need to do some shenanigans here, right? So if we need to use effect, so I guess it will be import use effect from React. There we go. And we just call this without anything. Yeah, just use effect. And let's just copy this for now and we'll look at it. So we have use effect. Is shown. How about we rename it is open? I kind of like it as is open. There we go. So if it's open, we do dialog show model. Okay, so that means we need to have the reference to it, right? To get the dialog. So I guess we don't hold the reference here. We just hold it here. Just say, hey, dialog, show it, but it needs to be dialog.current as far as I know. Show model. And otherwise will be dialog.current close. Okay, so this should handle us changing the open, right? On close, we'll get there, and on new entry, we will get there. So this should work. We have all this stuff. We have some stuff here. And we have the close button, right? So we can do on click will be on close. There we go. We don't need maximize, minimize. This is not that kind of window. So that's fine. Add new habit. And we have the body, and we can just add a button for now with on click, which will be on new entry, and we will call it when we're rendering it, we just need to do this thing, right? On new entry with some kind of name is Walala for now. Okay, that will be our new habit. We don't care about anything else yet. So on click, and the button will have text. Whatever. Add. Okay. Cool. So on close and on new entry are unhappy because we don't have commas. useRef is not in Scopius yet. And yeah, this looks okay on this end. Now I guess we need to go to our main page and update it so that we actually have this thing. Show new modal. We don't need that. No. Go away. Handle new habit. Sure. Console log new habit data. And we'll just do habit data just to satisfy the annoying compiler. And main toolbar, add habit, show new habit dialog. Now this will be set this new habit dialog to true for now. Okay, there we go. And this needs to be imported. Now it works. Can I display it? No, I can't. Of course I can't. Why would I? Refresh. Nope. Key, bunch of on change, and invalid dump property autofocus. Did you mean autofocus? Huh? I don't. Screw the autofocus for now. Doesn't matter. But the button doesn't work. Okay, why doesn't it work? So on add habit, we call this set is new habit dialog shown to true. So on use effect, I could say also log. CPN says Solid.js looks much more appealing, except there aren't many Solid.js jobs available. I agree. Anything's better than React, basically. That's my opinion. React is like this ancient thing that doesn't want to die. Okay, so console log. Let's do is open changed. Oh, because I didn't change the name of it, right? And it will be is open. So notice that we're not triggering it. And it's because here we do is shown is open. There we go. Close it. Oh, close and add, close as well. And we got the new habit data. So yeah, this works. Besides the fact that we can scroll, which doesn't really matter, we have our dialog box. We can't click behind it. Awesome. So yeah, this looks lovely. So now let's add content. Wow, this is so exciting. Okay, so in our dialog box, we need to add content. So when we create a new habit, all we need is a name, right? So we'll just get a text box like this, and that's it. Field row and that. Okay. All right. So this is just a title bar controls, whatnot, blah, blah, blah. We're going here, window body. So we need this. Okay. And for text 17, whatever, habit name, whatever, new habit name. There you go. So this will be new habit name or whatever. Habit. Okay. Oh gosh, this is such jank. That's just a div, and that was class name. And what the hell was the class? Because we had it in main page. So I guess we need to go on and do new file. Oh wait, I can have like a main JSX or something, or like the global one. Um, Wait, if we have main page, we imported it. That means it works on the other stuff, right? Toolbar container should still work on this one because they are not scoped, right? Toolbar container. Yeah, look at that. It worked. So now this thing just needs to do style, which will be margin bottom, which will be 12 pixels. Right, there we go. So let's throw in a colon here. There we go. That looks better. And you have it. Name. Okay. Beautiful. There's nothing else to provide. We can just give it a name. And this is where I would like to be able to react to this thing because we need to hold the state, right? Somehow. Because I want to make the ad show up when we put in some kind of content. And then that will cause re-render. And if re-render causes something because I turn it back on, I mean, look at that. It kind of holds it for some reason, right? I guess it didn't destroy the element yet. So maybe it wouldn't be that bad, but somehow I need to keep track of that value here, right? So that needs to be probably a reference will be good enough. Oh, there we go, right? So let's do constant habit name is use reference, and that will be initially just empty text. How about that? So I should do, what is it, value? Wait, I did that on label. Can I do here, save? And then I would do class name, toolbar container on click. So the button. I need disabled if this is equal this. Whoa, it's object. Oops. And now I can't edit it. All right, so I need the whole on change. On change, what we're gonna do is hmm. React reference object dot string. Dot valley? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to do. Okay, so that's that. LJSN says, I'm gonna try the same thing you're doing with React with vue.js. Read the docs and build. Good luck. Yeah, that'll be awesome. Awesome idea. In my opinion, even if you're not gonna use the framework like for day-to-day job, it's just gonna give you ideas of like, oh, this didn't exist. This could work that way. This is a different way of thinking, and it's gonna be like, oh, okay, this I got something valuable from that. For very small things, you might be annoyed because there's some extra boilerplate, but then you're gonna be like, oh, that's easy. I don't have to think about that. Yeah, you'll like it. All right, so on change will be basically, hey, run this thing. Where is this? I guess text, right? Habit name dot value is text. I don't know if I can do that because that's not rendered, right? Now we're gonna have more errors. Oh, I can type, so that's something. But why does it work? Oh, now it re-rendered, I guess. Okay, so it doesn't track the changes correctly. It's just nope. Current. They said not to use it, right? Oof. Maybe I can. Nope. Just refuses. Nope. Let's go with the state, and we'll just need to live with that. So let's just use state. And this will be use state, and therefore habit name will be habit name and set habit name. Okay, we're gonna do how the tutorials taught us. So right here, we'll have the habit name. Okay, no big deal. And here will be basically set habit name. It should receive the text, or maybe not, because on change we'll probably, oh, this creates an event. That's what it was. Event. So it'll be set habit name to something like event dot, what the hell was it? Target dot text content. Don't remember. We'll see in a second, but this is unhappy right now. I guess because we have used the reference here and we just removed it. There we go. Yep, I imported. Thank you, CPN. Okay, so that works. That doesn't work. And I'm sure it's because I'm doing some ungodly stuff here. Value? Oh, look at that. That worked. Open up again and it's good. So what I would like to do now is that when I do add habit, I want this to stay here. So this is gonna be a smart app. This is not gonna be like your regular Windows Forms app where in 98 where you clicked away, it's like, oh no, I just lost all that text I typed in. You go in here and it's like magic. It remembers it. It's gonna be nice and modern. But when we click add, afterwards I want to reset it. So where do we have the, here on click, we call the on new entry. So let's do it differently. We're gonna add a new function. We're gonna call it handle new habit click. Okay. We're not doing anything here. What we're gonna do is we'll just provide it here. Well, all this on new entry, just gonna grab and put in here. Bam. So we're gonna construct the object here from data that we have and whatnot, right? Name, we can actually already say it's gonna be the habit name, right? Gonna send it, and afterwards, after that thing finished, we're gonna say, you know what? Set habit name to nothing. So we're gonna save this, and hopefully it's gonna work. Add habit, add, right? And here we should have somewhere on the bottom. There we go. New habit data, right? We click new habit and it's clear for us. Oh, and even the thing grays out when there's no text. Beautiful. So let's do one thing. I want 3 letters to be filled in before it just enables itself. So let's say disabled is if habit name dot length is less than 3. Okay. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, so such advanced. Yeah. Okay, great. So now what matters is that we need to basically, I don't know what, maybe we should reset it every time we add it because this is kind of weird. So let's do something like whenever we show it for the first time, we reset it. If it is open changed, right? This should run only if it changed, I guess. Let's see if it's gonna how it's gonna clear it. So if it's open, what we're gonna do it besides just showing the model. First, we're gonna do set habit name to nothing. We're gonna reset it every time we're trying to show it. And let's get rid of all those semicolons. Ew, ew, ew. Okay, let's try that. Close, open, there we go. Nothing seems to break yet. Add, bam. So on add, we actually don't need to do this whole thing anymore. On handle, you have it. Let's just do this like that. There we go. Because every time we will show it, it's gonna update anyway. So now we already provide a name, so we don't need to do anything else. This is closed case. So now our main page needs to handle the data that we just received. So we want to add a new entry to our data from server, right? So I guess it could be really, 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 really easy. Set is habit dialog shown false. We can do that straight away. So we're gonna move those here, just close the dialog, and we're gonna do the fun stuff. So we're gonna do data from server. CPN says, I like semicolons. I liked it for the longest time too, until I kind of got in the habit of going with JavaScript specifically. Where I kind of like it without it. They're optional. Why extra character, right? And it just saves you sometimes some time actually when you're not typing it. And ever since I kind of started liking not having them because it's like the relic from the past. Okay, data from server, dot habits, push, and we're gonna create a new habit. Name is gonna be the habit data.name, and then we're gonna do, what else do we need in here? history, which will be just empty. History, empty. Okay, there we go. Oh no, I added semicolon automatically. No. To do, check if habit with same name already exists. Okay, this is an opportunity to return data back to dialog that something failed, because I guess that could happen, right? In theory. So because we have just a callback that the new habit can just trigger, like, on new entry, that's a callback that I can execute, right? That means this is just a function that we're calling. That means it can return something, right? Let's say constant success is this, huh? And if not success, I don't know, do something, show like the thing already exists, right? So console log. There we go, right? Just so that we do something with it. CPN says, lol, use set. I mean, I could use a set, but I want to simulate where data from the server is just JSON data. I don't know, it's just a silly thing, but that's it. And I want to detect that, hey, this is bad, the dialog shouldn't close, we should just show that, hey, this thing has an error, right? So therefore, dialog will have a chance to not actually close. So that means that we handled here, for now, we just split in the console, and that's it. What matters here now is that, we can probably do something like fun thing, like is error or something. Constant error, like is error. And set is error. Use state, lovely, and it'll be false. There we go. So we can quickly add something under the name. And this would be where we use this weird thing, right? Is error. And if it's error, we're gonna display the thing. So I guess it's error and whatever, div. And we're gonna say habit with this name already exists. Okay, something like that, because this is the only error we can get right now. And that should be literally it, right? So if error, we just have that, and that's all. So we'll use this set error right here. Set is error. True. There we go. And whenever we open the thing from scratch, because we just reset the thing, we do set is error to false. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. Alrighty. So that might work. Now we just need to do this part where we search through stuff. So let's do something like data from server. Data from server. Find. Do we have something like find? Where we basically do the predicate, right? So this will be, let's do habits. Find. Okay, we're gonna find the element. I mean, we could do find index. That'll be even better. And predicate is where we get the, whatever habit, right? And habit.name is the same as habit data.name. If whatever this is not -1, we're gonna basically say return false. Huh. If it's okay, we're gonna return true. Beautiful. Can actually return from there. So I hope it's gonna work. CPN's wait. LJSN says, well, it's like 2 a.m. here, so I'm gonna sleep. Loved watching this, and thanks for the advice earlier. My pleasure. It's 2:02 here as well, so have a good night. I'm gonna finish probably in 10 minutes because the dialogue possibly works. And CPN says, you can just write set is error to not on new entry. I mean, yeah, I could do that. Yeah. Yep, I could do that. But at the same time, I kind of like how in this dialogue, we have this explicit thing that, hey, we can actually do more, right? This is explicit. We have no success, therefore we have this, and not like just one liner where you're like, wait, what does mean? This has meaning. It's open for expansion. So let's do blah 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 add. Oh, look at that. It worked. I can add whatever. Sleep. That's something I want to do every day, right? So let's add another habit and let's do sleep. Didn't work. Why didn't it work? Because we're hiding the thing every time in here. Yep. Handle new habit. Set is habit shown, dialog shown. So we don't do that. We do that only if it succeeded. Save. There we go. It reset everything. Add habit. Sleep. Oh, I can't press enter, but whatever. Add. Add habit. Sleep. Habit with this name already exists. Lovely. It just not the styling. Span says, okay, got it. It's still better to use a set there. It would be faster to check if data already exists. Yep, I may get to it, but that'll be for the time when this will be actually coming from an API, because the idea is that I will be writing a little Dart server that will be actually storing the data in SerialDB and all the fancy stuff, like a little server that will do that. And then we'll have React that uses that. And I think we're gonna get to the point where, hey, we're getting data from somewhere. What's the idiomatic way to incorporate fetching data in React? Because I have no clue how to do it in React, the proper way. So far, I can see it as functions and just slap whatever you want, but I guess that's not the point. So, okay, so this is done. So I would like to just maybe those damn lack of all the possible, what do you call them? Spacing. So let's do this. Our new dialog. Let's make it where on the bottom will be not 12. Let's do 8. 4. That looks good. 4 looks good here. So we can do that. And then we're gonna do simply the same thing here. We just add the style, right? I mean, it starts to look bad with all this stuff here, but I guess we can just wrap it in here. There we go, there we go, there we go, and there we go. So ugly. All right, save. And okay, this looks okay. I cannot add it. This works. Okay, good. So the thing for next time, I don't know, will be tomorrow or when, because I'm actually gonna try to stream every day. Yeah, we're gonna add the option to actually log the entry and go to the details page. So it will be looking something like this, right? And yeah, we'll have deleting, renaming, all that fancy stuff. So yeah, I think we went through the most difficult part right now. Yeah, and then later will be a little part that, hey, we're sending all this data to the server using Dart, and we're gonna have a nice fun little project. And Sabina's asking, do you prefer Tailwind? If yes, why? I think it's better to just use CSS instead of filling the HTML document with class names. Personally, I like Tailwind because that means I don't need to deal with all the CSS, because with CSS, the moment you start doing stuff, okay, on this browser you have this weird edge case, on the other browser you have yet another weird edge case, and you need to fill your head with all this purely front-end stuff. I don't care that much about purely front-end stuff. So unless you're doing something really simple, like I'm doing here, you know, there's not really need for Tailwind, but for something larger, I can see that. And if you're doing a larger project, you're not using .css, you're using, let's say, Sass, right? And in Sass, you can just create your CSS property or your CSS class and apply multiple Tailwind classes to it. So you kind of combine them into one name anyway. You don't have to just litter it everywhere. You just keep your CSS somewhat tidy and actually readable. I don't know, that's how I approach it. You know, somewhere in the middle. Alrighty, so we got all this fun stuff going. I'm actually looking forward to this page because this will be interesting with history and other stuff. And then I'm actually looking forward to the backend stuff because, you know, it's not going to be bad. This looks fun, right? And the moment we resize it, it doesn't look fun. But on a phone, hell yeah. Yeah, so that's that. And Space says, I have never worked on any big projects yet. Okay. Yeah, the larger projects is just, if you have pure CSS, you're gonna have thousands upon thousands of lines of CSS without it. Often multiple copies, multiple places. With something like Sass, you'll have like layers of CSS or like functions that are reused throughout various areas, and it just becomes a real mess real quick. CSS is just something that's inherently hard to manage without putting a lot of effort into that. And the moment you let like not good front-end people touch your CSS, you're gonna have real mess. Because copy paste is just the thing. Oh, I can't find it. I don't know. I'll just make a new class, right? That's how it ends up. And then you're gonna end up with your CSS actually weighing more than your JavaScript. So yeah, I saw really horrible things. Yeah. Yep. Try it. Yep. I mean, if you're not dealing with big projects and you want a chance to actually learn CSS, go for it. Absolutely. I just know that, you know, in my case, I really enjoy, you know, abstracting it away a little bit. I'm just not that good with CSS in my personal opinion. So yeah, that's that. And okay, so that's it for tonight. I'm really happy with the result. it wasn't too bad for the size. I didn't like a few things. I don't know, this whole state management of re-rendering every time kind of, I don't know, gives me anxiety. It seems just so excessive. But I understand that it's like, no, you have this immutable thing, re-render everything is very functional from like everything's a function, right? But I like declarative a little bit more, I guess. All right. So thank you for watching. I hope somebody found this enjoyable or informative. And good night.